News Update.
Hello and good afternoon. Here's the business news on Today 95.1 FM. I am Faustina Oputu. CBN, in collaboration with the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System (NIBSS), has launched a non-resident bank verification number platform to ease access to financial services for Nigerians in the diaspora. Unveiled on May 13 in Abuja, the digital platform allows Nigerians abroad to obtain their BVN remotely, eliminating the long-standing requirement of physical presence in Nigeria. Speaking at the launch, Olayemi Kadoso, governor of CBN, described the NRBVN as a measured leap in the Apex Bank's financial inclusion agenda, particularly for Nigerians living outside the country. The National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) says Nigeria's headline inflation rate slightly dropped to 23.71% in April 2025, down from the 25.23% in March. NBS announced the increase in its Consumer Price Index (CPI) on May 14. According to the Bureau, the movement for April 2025 headline inflation rate showed a decrease of 0.52% compared to March 2025 headline inflation rate. The Ministry of Interior has announced the launch of a new online citizenship and business management platform in line with the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Tinubu. A statement signed by the Ministry of Interior's Permanent Secretary, Magdalena Jani, said the initiative forms a key part of its ongoing reforms aimed at promoting transparency, enhancing operational efficiency, and significantly improving service delivery to the public. The new digital platform is designed to streamline the application and processing of citizenship and business-related services, ensuring faster turnaround times and improves user experience. The platform allows users to apply for and manage business permits, ensuring that both local and foreign businesses operate legally in Nigeria. It includes an expatriate quota system to manage work permits for foreign employees, helping companies hire skilled workers while complying with Nigeria's immigration laws. The Chinese ambassador to Nigeria, Yu Dunhai, has reaffirmed China's commitment to deepening bilateral cooperation with Nigeria, particularly in the solid minerals sector, through the establishment of electric vehicle (EV) factories and increased industrial collaboration. Speaking during a courtesy visit to the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake, over the weekend, Dunhai emphasized the strategic importance of Nigeria in China's foreign policy. Dunhai recalled the recent high-level engagement between President Bola Tinubu and President Xi Jinping during the Nigerian leader's state visit to China. He noted that both presidents agreed to elevate bilateral ties to a comprehensive strategic partnership, unlocking new avenues for cooperation. And on the foreign thing, Britain and the European Union have agreed to work towards a deal that would make it easier for young people to live and work across the continent. According to documents in a Newsman, the Balanced Youth Experience Scheme will allow young people from Britain and the EU to work, study, volunteer or travel for a limited period of time in each other's countries. The plan is part of a wider reset of ties between Britain and the EU to be announced later on today, also covering trade, defense and other issues in the most significant such reset since Brexit. The British government had until a few months ago rejected the EU's demands for a youth mobility deal, arguing it would be too close to restoring the free movement of people across the bloc that Britain ended when it left the EU in 2020. And that's the business news on Today 95.1 FM. Good afternoon. Thanks for listening. I am Faustina Oputu.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
All right, all you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM? Such a unique dial.
Education never ends, and we believe it starts even way earlier than most of us think. On Andre Gorgie, every Tuesday, 1 to 2 p.m., we unravel these various building blocks and its challenges that make you and I better versions of ourselves. Andre Gorgie on Today 95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day we engage in business, buying and selling, trading and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Let's take you into a realm, another dimension, a reality of higher intelligence, discovery, and quantum possibility. Tune in every Monday, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on this station and be part of this journey as we address issues that relate to you and your tech life. It is Today's Tech Show on your premium talk, news, and sports station. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thank you for staying with us on today's Tech Show for today. Now, on the show today, Nigeria launches 4 satellites to tackle insecurity. CBN launches NRBVN to streamline BVN enrollment for non-resident Nigerians. The Nigerian Army raises allegation as terrorists increase the use of armed drones in the Northeast. Plus, Google has announced changes to Android. And on the Tech Talk segment, we will be discussing tech, AI, and humanization. We will be discussing that in the Tech Talk segment. Just stay with us. We're right back.
1.
Let's take you into a realm, another dimension, a reality of higher intelligence, discovery, and quantum possibility. Tune in every Monday, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on this station and be part of this journey as we address issues that relates to you and your tech life. It is Today's Tech Show on your premium talk, news and sports station. Today, 95.1 FM.
Yeah, thank you for staying with us on the show. It's still today's tech show with me, Paul Chimodo. Now, let's go to the tech trivia segment. We're asking this week, what was the first computer program to have artificial intelligence? What was the first computer program to have artificial intelligence? Send correct answers via WhatsApp to 0701 9339 962. 0701 9339 962. We move to the tech trending segment where we hear Nigeria's federal government has they've approved the launch of 4 new satellites to boost surveillance and tackle the country's rising insecurity. The decision, announced by the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, is a strategic move to support military operations, especially in hard-to-reach areas like the Sambisa Forest. The satellite 3 Earth observation and 1 radar satellite will offer around-the-clock imaging even in bad weather. This comes at a time when the military is raising concerns about terrorists in the northeast using armed drones similar to those seen in conflicts like Ukraine and Israel. I'm joined down the line by digital strategist Charles Attat. He joins me down the line. Charles, thank you for joining me on the show.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Nigeria to launch 4 new satellites to boost surveillance. What's your take on that?
Well, when it comes to technology, upgrading our tech communities is good, but I must say that I'm highly disappointed.
Why are you disappointed?
I feel sometimes allegedly government officials are looking for a way to take funding and not give real reasons. Why I say this is, when we look at the whole satellite game, so let me walk us through memory lane. Nigeria has Nigerian Sat-2, which they spent over 30 million in 2003. And the reason for this was because they said they wanted to take militants in Niger Delta and northeast of Nigeria. And then in 2011, we went ahead to get Midcomsat 1R, which ended up spending over $400 million. So in the past, let's say 10 years, we've spent over $530 million on different satellite, creation, in their words. And at the end of the day, the challenges that are making these satellites not work are not being solved. So we have issues of delayed data processing. We have insufficient on-ground infrastructure. Just on the tech show, we looked at the infrastructure decades of one of the telecommunication. Right? Yeah. We've not had the infrastructure in place. We have corruption and mismanagement. I kid you not. So according to the International Transparency, Accountability and Defense report, over 1.3 billion was paid back to Nigeria. These funds were funds that were gotten from government public officials' accounts that had diverted defense funding that were meant on procurement of, infrastructure for the security space of Nigeria. So we have a clear issue of government mismanagement, corruption, insufficient on-ground infrastructure, and they're saying they want to do an extra 4 satellites. What is happening to the 3 satellites that they already have? And we've not even seen it, but they've not explained to us in clear terms what's the budget of this new satellite. Is it going to cost another $140 million?
Well, they've not told us. They've not told us about that. But all in all, some people still feel. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Now, some people still feel that no matter what anyone thinks, that it's also good that Nigeria has this satellite, considering also the insecurity challenges. But you're talking about the issue of accountability. But what more do you? What do you think?
Talking about the so firstly, let's be clear. We have already 3 satellites as we speak.
Yeah.
and the 3 satellites are not functioning at optimal level because of 3 key areas: delayed data processing, insufficient on-ground infrastructure. We don't have enough personnel to manage these facilities, and then we have the corruption and mismanagement of these facilities. So why are we going for an extra 4? And the funding we're using to do this, look, just in the past 10 years again, we've spent over $500 million, and we're going to spend another $500 million. That's over $1 billion on an infrastructure that we're not getting back. So it makes no financial sense in this economic time to go for a 3 satellite. 3, I mean 4, not even 1. 4, when we have 3 that we have not done. How about?
Well, now let's move to the next story, where we hear that the Nigeria's Apex Bank, the CBN, that is the Central Bank of Nigeria, has unveiled the non-resident bank verification number platform, which aims to improve financial access for Nigerians in the diaspora. The initiative, launched in collaboration with the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, NIBSS, is a pivotal step in improving financial inclusion. It aims to harness the economic potential of non-resident Nigerians with a target of $1 billion in monthly remittances. Now, Charles, people are saying that since we have the NIN, that there's no need for the BVN. But the CBN is now unveiling the Resident Bank Verification Number platform, which is targeted at the Nigerians in the diaspora. Is it a good move?
Okay, so for this, I must say that I must commend the CBN. I think it's a good one. When people say that we already have the name, yes, we do have the name. Let's get it right. The name is the National Identification Number. That's different from the NRBVN. Now, remember that again, when it comes to transaction, we have the AML, which is the International Anti-Money Laundering, process, right? That's different from the name. So because we are doing transactions across different nations, different banking systems, it's important that everybody has what we call like the NUBAN. Around the world, they have a unique number that they give to people that bank in their country. I think this is a good one. The only issues or concerns that I might have is as a result of data privacy concerns and, of course, dependence on foreign partners. And I say this because we already see how complicated our data information is in the country. And when you are now linking people in diaspora to link their details to a banking system, how strong is it? And the fact that if you go through the CBN, you see that one of the requirements is they would have selected partners. So let's use countries where we don't have Nigeria, because I know for some countries, citizens that I've lived with, they will try to go to the embassy for verification. So when they say you don't need to come to Nigeria, there's still going to be a live verification spot in the country you find yourself. So let's take countries where, let's use for instance Singapore. There's only one spot where we have the Nigerian consulate located. So are we going to now partner with selected banks in these countries that will go to do the verification, the lifeless check when we get there? We've also seen the complications of following the system procedure. Look at the international passport process. They say you can do it yourself, but when you reach time for verification, you still have to find the Nigerian immigration office closest to you, or you go to the embassy for enrollment. So that's the reality check. So I just hope that the privacy concerns are being covered. But it's a good one. It's the fact that they have people in diaspora in checks. It's a good one. I don't have a problem with this.
Charles, because of time, let's run through the next 2 stories very fast, because I have a guest coming up after at the hour here now. Now, let's look at the complaints or the alarm raised by the military in terms of the terrorists using drones. This is a dangerous one for Nigeria, don't you think so? Hello, Charles. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
We were talking about the terrorist concerns.
Yes, we had the military raising concerns over the use of armed drones by terrorists across the northeast region, linked to the increasing deadly attacks in terrorist operations.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, so as regards that terrorist thing, I've said the time without number. They should stop making Nigerians look like we don't know the reality. If they want to allegedly look for a way to mismanage funds, they should go ahead and not come with stories that are like this. Why I say this is not news. I'll take you again through memory lane. So from 2021 to 2024, this report has already been reported. We do know that, insurgents have used weaponized drone tech. As a matter of fact, in 2022, over 4.7 billion naira, that is over $10.2 million, was budgeted for drone procurement. We've not seen it. In 2023, they did another $50 million, that's 6.9 billion. We still did not see it. As a matter of fact, the Nigerian Defense Headquarters, in a report in 2021, released a statement that they've only received 40% of that funding. So we know these things. They should go and try the corrupted military officials that have siphoned funds that were meant to procurement of these drones and put them to book.
But Charles, don't you think that we should address this issue in terms of this? Don't you think we should counter what the terrorists are doing? Yes, we have to go to check in terms of accountability, but don't you think we should also, use our own technological strategy to be able to curb these attacks by the terrorists?
That is the English speaker I speak with you. According to the Nigerian...
Can you hear me, Charles?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Saying, according to their report, that when these funds are released, only 40% of the funding comes to them. So clearly, this is an issue of mismanagement. Do you understand? We need to understand the $40 million dollars worth of drones that have been bought. Where is it since 2022? Where is it?
Charles, let's move to my last story. Now, we hear that tech giants Google has unveiled a series of major updates to its Android operating system, aimed to deliver a major secure, user-friendly and efficient experience for users worldwide. Now, the new features and improvements are part of Google's ongoing effort to enhance device performance. Now, among the key highlights, Google is introducing enhanced privacy controls that gives users more transparency and management over their data. This includes clearer permission setting and the ability to easily view and revoke app access to sensitive information. Charles, are you aware of this upgrade to Android? What do you think?
I think it's a good one as regards in terms of, upgrade data privacy laws are changing worldwide, especially Nigeria, fact that we have the Nigerian Privacy Act as well. So it's a good one. The only thing I usually say is technology comes with good and bad. And a lot of times we in Nigeria, we don't really enjoy so much. So take, for instance, one of the products that the Google update has launched is the Gemini map, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you've used map in Port Harcourt sometimes, and you are going through Eastern Bypass. You just hear turn left, and you are climbing the bridge. You are asking yourself, why am I turning?
You are gradually.
So
you may end up getting lost. You may end up getting lost sometimes using the map in Port Harcourt.
And then another concern is another concern is infrastructure deficit. So you can be using Google service, and then the internet will cut off. So it's a good one, but sometimes we don't enjoy 70% of what we should enjoy. And again, that goes by the government having the infrastructures needed to help the citizen. But it's a good one, and it's good to see that the development is coming in this time.
But for particularly for those of us in Nigeria, how would we make... There's something I notice about those who use some of these apps or some of these gadgets in Nigeria. I notice that most times it's difficult for them to even understand some of these new features or even the features that actually came with the gadgets. So what best or what would I say, whether government or private, what can be done to make Nigerians understand the features of their gadgets better? Maybe it could help them do some things and, become more tech savvy. What do you think we should do?
So I think that this is where education comes into play. And this is the responsibility of the individual. If you have your phone or you have a device or some application, it's important that you learn to read carefully the terms and conditions, and obviously go on the Google platform, YouTube specifically, to learn how your device operates. I mean, that's not the place of the government, it's the place of the individual to upgrade their skills or, the latest tech know-how. However, in terms of these updates, sometimes it is compulsory. So you see it's update, maybe in the next 6 months, your phone will automatically update it. The question is, some of us will move on, and then we too can help. If you go to an environment where it's not properly mapped, you can remap it yourself. That's if you have the time and the data and the energy to do it. Last, my person we don't chop, we be help upgrade tech. Thank you.
Charles Attat, digital strategist. Thank you for joining me on the show.
Thank you for having me.
After the break, we'll be discussing the future of AI and human collaboration. Just stay with us.
Let's take you into a realm, another dimension, a reality of higher intelligence, discovery, and quantum possibility. Tune in every Monday, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on this station and be part of this journey as we address issues that relates to you and your tech life. It is Today's Tech Show on your premium talk, news, and sports station. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thank you for staying with us on today's Tech Show. Now, we are diving into a fascinating and ever-evolving world, artificial intelligence, and its profound impact on our lives. Now, from the way we work and communicate to how we solve complex problems, AI is no longer just a futuristic concept. It's a part of our daily reality. But with these rapid advancements come important questions about ethics, job security, creativity, and the future of human-AI collaboration. Today, we'll be exploring these themes and more, shedding light on how AI is shaping our world in unexpected and transformative ways. I'm joined on the show today by Yen Choi, the president of Netcom Africa. Yen, thank you for joining me on the show today.
Thank you, Paul. Thanks for having me today.
Yes, straight to our questions. Now, how has artificial intelligence evolved over the past decade, and what are some of the most significant breakthroughs?
I would say the biggest breakthrough is large language models, like the ChatGPT. So, and it's only in the last 2 years that it's become a widespread word. And the capabilities are just amazing. I mean, if you look at it, artificial intelligence has been here for 20, 30 years, but it was so complicated that it wasn't really accessible by anybody. But now all you have to do is go to the website and use it, and you can do it in 5 minutes.
Okay, now.
And I think one of the other breakthroughs is like, I think people use ChatGPT. And a few years ago, when ChatGPT raised billions of dollars of money, the investors said, look, we invested this money. What are you going to do with it? How are we going to make money on this? And he said, I don't know. I don't know how we're going to make money on it. But once we build this really powerful AI, we will ask the AI how we will make money. And that's something that's never been done before.
Wow, that's interesting. Now, in what ways is AI currently impacting everyday life? Let's say from personal assistance to healthcare. In what ways?
Easy. I think the first thing is nowadays we don't Google anything anymore. We used to, if you didn't know something, you would Google it.
Yeah.
Now you say, let's ChatGPT it.
Yes,
And
the
the
language
way
has
we think is a
changed.
bit different. Yeah. Yeah. And the way we digest and learn information has become different. Like before, when we Google, we put in some words, we end up with 20 or 30 links, and then we have to filter that out and figure out which one is relevant. But now we can ask, ChatGPT very real questions like, hey, I have to write this report. I need a table of contents. Give me some suggestions on what my thesis should be based on the type of professor I have. Right? And you can't search for that. So this is where the extra level of knowledge comes in.
Yeah, but what do you think are some of those surprising ways AI is being used today? What are some of those surprising ways that it's being used?
Well, a lot of times, I mean, from the very basic part, it's like when you're shopping online, you see something that you like, and then you see some suggestions, and you're like, oh, I like that. I want to buy it.
Yeah.
Right? So these businesses are using AI to understand your personality based on what you're searching for, based on what you're looking, what you're buying, and come up with items that you're very likely to buy. So that happens in the background, and that's been happening for a long time. But on a practical sense, AI is being used for in agriculture, like using AI to predict weather patterns and crop diseases, helping farmers save money, make less mistakes. That's where it's being used at in all sectors, any type of business. I receive over 1,000 emails a day, and it's very difficult for me to kind of reply to the ones that are very important. So what do? I use AI to read every single email that is sent to me. And if somebody sends me an email with which I call a negative sentiment, they're not happy. Like, hey, Yen, you're owing me money.
Yeah.
Or, hey, Yen, I'm not happy with your service. Right? It will summarize that email and send me an instant message so I can get that right away.
Yeah. Now, let's look at this in terms of employment. How do you see AI changing the future of employment? Because it's very important, particularly for a country like Nigeria now.
Yes. People that know AI are scared of AI.
Yeah.
They say AI is going to take everyone's jobs away. It's true, kind of. AI will not take your job away, but somebody using AI will. Okay?
Yeah.
So if you don't know how to use AI, you better start learning it. Otherwise, you become obsolete.
Now, on this particular question, because some people may not understand what you mean by someone using AI will, if you could just elaborate a bit further for us so that those who are listening and watching us right now, we are live on Facebook, Today 95.1 FM on Facebook. You could watch us live, drop your questions or send us an SMS or text on 0701 933 9962 and Ian will take your questions and see if he can give you an answer to it. So for those listening to us here, how do you think, or what do you think, for those of them who don't understand, when you say someone using AI could take their jobs? So if you could break down a bit for our listeners and those who are watching us now.
I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
Music videos.
Yeah.
Right? You've got a great music video, you've come up with some great lyrics and great music, great beats, and now you need a music video. So what do? You hire a director, a director of photography, camera people, sound people. You rent sets, you rent makeup, you rent models, cars, and then you end up spending millions and millions and millions of naira. And by the time you see the video after it's done, because it goes through pre-production, post-production, editing, and all that stuff, it's going to take like 3 to 6 months. And you would have spent a lot of money as an artist.
Yeah.
Well, what if I can tell you that whole thing could be built in 2 days with just 2 people? Okay? 2 people that are using AI.
Yeah.
Is that a threat to the traditional video production company? Oh yeah, it is. So those guys who had the cameras and everything are now losing their jobs to people who use AI to do video generation and AI editing and AI and even effects that you can't even do with cameras. 3D modeling, visual effects, spaceships crashing and cars exploding. And that's how those businesses will need to change.
Now, let's look at the ethical concerns. Now, what ethical concerns are raised by the increasing use of AI? Let's say, particularly around the privacy and decision-making area.
I mean, let's look at social media. When Facebook came out, Instagram came out, everybody's using it. Everyone's putting their photos. It offers a tremendous amount of social benefits. But what happened in the background is they started to learn about people, learn about your behavior, what type of person you are, so they can push adverts to you, make you buy stuff, right? So with these cloud-based public LLMs or AIs, they're very similar. I use ChatGPT all the time. And I said, I actually use one called Perplexity, which is quite similar. And I asked it, I said, hey, tell me about myself, the type of person I am, and come up with a development plan that I could incorporate into my life to fix some of the issues I have that last 6 months. And what I read about this, even my wife doesn't know that much about me. And it's not from public information, it's from the questions I asked. So even in friendship with your friends, the more you converse and ask questions to each other, or they ask you questions, you begin to know their character. So there's an immense amount of knowledge that's being created about individuals that needs extra care to be taken care of.
All right. Now, how can we ensure that AI developments remain beneficial and safe for society?
Well, who has this information? Like, if it's for Nigeria, do you want those servers to be located in America?
Obviously not. We want them here in Nigeria.
You want them to be in China? Like, you don't want them in any government.
Yeah.
Right? So we need, as a country, to build those servers that do the AI within the country, preserve the data in the country, and making sure that it's governed by the rules and governance created within Nigeria. That is the key. You know, if you use Facebook or Instagram, you're taking all your data. The Nigerian government does not have access to it. And that could be a problem.
Yeah. Now, also, how might AI influence education and lifelong learning in the coming years? How do you think that will be possible in the coming years?
I lost your audio a bit, but I think your question was how would it affect education?
Yeah, my question is how might AI influence education and lifelong learning in the years to come?
Sorry, you're not audible.
Okay, can you hear me now?
You just dropped out.
Can you hear me?
You're not audible. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. I can hear you loud and clear.
I hear you. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay, so I can't hear you, but let me just kind of go on about this first.
Okay.
So, I think the question asks is how does it affect education?
Yes.
And I would say that AI has a profound effect on education. As I mentioned, you don't Google things anymore.
Yeah.
You go to ChatGPT, you find out. And if you don't know something, you can ask a question. This is the part I don't understand. So this AI has become very, very, very like almost like a personal tutor. Now, let's look at some of the programs that we've had in the country for education, like taking computers to every school, like one laptop per child.
Yeah.
And to use those computers, they needed software, but software wasn't enough. You can't just deliver a CD with knowledge. You need teachers to deliver it.
Yeah.
So they said, let's do remote education. Let's put the teachers in one part of the country and use VSAT links to reach the remotest areas and deliver that training. But those satellite links cost a lot of money.
Yeah.
And you need teachers, and the more schools you have, the more students you have, the more teachers you have. And if you do recorded sessions, you don't have the interactivity because guess what? Children need someone that they can talk to and ask questions.
Yeah.
So what is one of the solutions is if we put AI in a box, and you can do it today, you can get a ChatGPT, put it on your computer, and the knowledge of the entire public information of every journal, every textbook, every subject, from mathematics to engineering to music, is all there, and the students can now interact with it and learn, even in the most remotest areas, without internet. So this is one of the things that we're going to be seeing coming up. I'm just going to quickly log out and log back in.
Yeah.
So I see if this fixes the audio call so I can hear you.
Okay, Ian. Okay, Ian.
10 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, Ian Choice with us, just some network issues. He'll be back on. The conversation has been around AI and human collaboration, the journey so far, and what happens in the future. I guess, Ian, you can hear me now. I hope you can hear me. You can't? You can't hear me? Ian, can you hear me now?
I can't hear you. No audio.
I can hear you loud and clear from here. Can you hear me now?
So,
can you hear me? Hello, Ian. Can you hear me now? I'll do audio with them instead, right? All right. Sorry for the technical issues we had. Now, Yen is back with us on the line. Yen, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay, now the question I asked is, how is AI transforming industries like agriculture, manufacturing, and transportation?
I think it just makes people smarter and it makes things more efficient. As I mentioned, in in agriculture, it's helping farmers make better decisions based on weather patterns. So when a farmer wants to plant seeds, if it's going to rain tomorrow and AI can predict that, then they wouldn't plant their seeds because it would be washed away. If you're going to apply fertilizer, it's heavily dependent on the weather. In transportation, optimizing the flow of traffic, so to make sure that people are getting on the buses when we have more buses when we need them. It's basically making everything more efficient and automated. Right? Like, why do we need bus drivers when an AI could drive the bus for you? So, things like this are going to happen. In North America, you have driverless taxis. There's been driverless trains for decades now, but yet still, in some countries, the trains still have drivers. So, we can use AI to bridge a lot of those gaps.
Now, what challenges do you think developers face when creating AI that interacts ethically with humans?
Well, I have a dog, a robot dog. It's about the size of weighs about 30 kilograms, and it can move around. You can try to kick it; it will stand itself up again. You go on two legs. It can jump forward, and it has a laser scanner, so it knows where objects are in the room. For some reason, I turned the scanner off, and the robot dog was kind of running towards me, and it hit my leg. And wow, that was the most pain I had in a while. It hit my shin. So, it was scary for me. It's like, what happens when AI sends 10 dogs to try to attack me, robot dogs? What happens if AI controls a drone? And I think you were talking about drones on the previous show.
Yes.
AI can fly drones. They can identify people's faces. AI can control 5 drones. AI can control 5,000 drones at once. AI can control 5 million drones at once. Now, imagine if the drones were put in a bad way, what could happen? So, but at the same time, it's like, is a knife a murder weapon, or is it a tool used for cooking? It really depends on, what people are doing with it. Just like a computer. A computer can be used for 419 Yahoo Boy stuff, but it can also be used for finding a new cure for cancer.
Now, in terms of the human and AI collaboration, how do you envision it in the next 10 to 20 years?
That's a long time.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
If we look at AI and what we use, like the LLMs right now, we've only used them for the last 2 years, and there's hundreds, if not thousands, of new companies that have come up using this. So, and the speed is just going to accelerate. So it used to take a year or 2 years to make a new app. And can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Okay. Yeah, it used to take a year or 2 years to make a new app, or a year. Now you can make it in 1 hour. Right? So how does technology progression happen? You do something, you fail, you do something, you make it better, but if each cycle has gone from 2 years down to 1 hour, imagine the possibilities in the future. In 24 hours, we'll achieve what we can do in 24 years.
All right. Now, what skills should the next generation focus on to thrive in an AI-driven world?
Basic is typing, right? Using a computer, obviously the basics, but play around and use an LLM. Go to ChatGPT or Gemini or Perplexity or Claude. There's so many out there. Make sure they're real. There's a lot of fake stuff out there. And use it in your daily life. next time you want to cook you want to cook egusi, right? Ask AI, how do I cook egusi? And then you say, look, this egusi is too salty, right? Or I want it to be flavored. I want to add, let's say, snail to it. How can I prepare snail, right? Like what else? How can I make this taste more from this city? And it will start giving you advice and use it as a second brain. Once you do that, you will start realizing the advantages that it has, and that will start creating creativity in your mind on what you thought was what not possible and now is possible.
Now, in terms of policymakers, how can policymakers and regulators keep up with the rapid pace of AI innovation?
Oh, this is a big challenge because
really?
It's and just from the question you asked, the rapid pace of AI innovation.
Yeah.
Policy making is a slow process. Okay, to get a bill or a new act, it takes years. So I think policy making is just kind of like the trailing. It's like somebody that's chasing behind but never catching up.
Yeah.
Right, because it's AI. Policymakers have to leverage AI.
Yeah.
You have to shrink that time to create a new law from 2 years or 3 years down to 1 week. So, and how do you do that? You have to use AI. So the policymakers themselves are not using AI to scour the world and see what problems can happen, what other countries are doing, how it's relatable, how localized it is, and how does it fit the local environment, and ingesting lots of data, statistics, user behavior, what do people do, how are we different as a country, and creating the policies to fit Nigeria. If we don't do that, we'll fall behind.
My final question to you, what excites you most about the future of human and AI collaboration?
There is a guy by the name of Ray Kurzweil, and he's an inventor and a futurist. And he's basically come up with this view that extrapolates what's called the Moore's Law. And the Moore's Law says every 2 years, the computing power of CPUs, the chip inside the computer, doubles. Every 2 years, the price cuts in half. Every 2 years, it gets smaller. The number of transistors you can put, it gets smaller. And it's held true for 30 to 40 years so far. It's been true every 2 years. That's why the current phone that you may have right now is more, 1,000 or 1,000,000 times more powerful than a massive supercomputer that took up a whole building 30, 40 years ago. Like we've advanced so much. If you take that data and you extend it 5 years, 10 years, there's going to become a point where a CPU, the size of a speck of sand, is as powerful as the entire human race's knowledge, and it costs less than 1 naira, and it cannot get smaller because of physical limits. At that point, the technology innovation will just explode. So the question is, when is this? 2042. And he calls that point singularity. So, when you ask what's going to happen in the next 20 years, it's going to happen before that, right? So I think that excites me because at that point, he also predicts that life will become infinite. We will be able to back up our brains into the cloud and live our consciousness, live forever. So that's what excites me. I just need to stay healthy until 2042.
Yen Choi, President, Netcom Africa, thank you for joining me on the show this week.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Yeah. So that's the show this week. I'll be back again next week, Monday, to give you all the latest trends on tech. Talk That Talk is at 2.
radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news, insightful talk, and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We're not just a station. We are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
History. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Today in history, May 19. In 1892, the British inflicted heavy casualties on the Ijebu infantry at the Battle of the Yemoja River. This battle was part of the British colonization of Nigeria, where they used advanced weaponry like the Maxim machine gun, capable of firing 2,000 rounds in 3 minutes to gain control over various regions. 1900, the Convention for the Preservation of Wild Animals, Birds and Fishes in Africa was signed in London by representatives of European colonial powers. 1930, white women in South Africa were enfranchised, marking a pivotal moment in the country's political landscape. This development extended voting rights to white women, although it excluded women of other racial groups, reflecting the era's prevailing racial inequalities. 1968, during the Nigerian Civil War, federal forces captured Port Harcourt from Biafran troops. 1986, Helen Pastors, a white South African anti-apartheid activist, was sentenced to 10 years in prison for her involvement in underground activities opposing the apartheid regime. Her conviction highlighted the diverse racial composition of anti-apartheid movements and the risks undertaken by its members. 2007, the tsunami which occurred off the coast of Java, Indonesia, in the Banda Sea region lasted for about 35 minutes, reaching peak speeds around 20 minutes after the initial blast. 2010, following the death of President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, Vice President Goodluck Jonathan assumed the presidency and Namadi Sambo was appointed and sworn in as the Vice President of Nigeria. 2016, Egypt's air flight went missing en route from Paris to Cairo, and Egypt's air jet carrying 66 passengers and crew disappeared from radar over the Mediterranean Sea and crashed. 2018, Prince Harry married American actress Meghan Markle at St. George's Chapel, Windsor Castle. A total number of 600 guests were in attendance at the ceremony, and nearly 2 billion people worldwide watched the televised event. 2020, Thomas Tabane resigned as Prime Minister of Lesotho amid political pressure and allegations related to the murder of his ex-wife. His resignation ended a tumultuous tenure and led to the swearing in of Moketsi Majoro as his successor.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South Sound, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
and good afternoon. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Faustina Oputu. President Bola Tinubu has approved the issuance of critical regulatory licenses for the Kolmani Integrated Development Project. The project is a multi-billion-dollar oil exploration initiative located between Bauchi and Gombe states. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Oil, Senator Heineken Lukbobri, made the disclosure during the commissioning of the permanent site of the Bauchi Oil and Gas Academy in the Kaleri local government area of the state. According to a statement by Special Advisor on Media and Communication, Naimeka Kafo, Lukbobri said the president's vision remained focused on harnessing the full potential of the energy sector as a catalyst for national prosperity. He noted that the Bauchi state, embracing this drive through the establishment of the academy, was positioning itself as a strategic contributor to the human capital development required to power the sector forward. The Kolmani Integrated Development Project, first inaugurated in November 2022, marked the start of oil exploration in northern Nigeria. It is situated in the Kolmani River 2 oil field, a border community between Bauchi and Gombe states. Last week, the group chief executive of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Bayo Ojulari, disclosed that the state-owned energy firm would resume oil drilling in the oil field. Meanwhile, the federal government has highlighted the economic value to be derived from the Nigeria First procurement policy recently announced by President Bola Tinubu, noting that it could accelerate industrial growth and contribute about 3 trillion naira to the national economy annually. The Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, John Eno, who stated this at a media briefing, also said the policy will boost the growth of the manufacturing sector by 20% in the next 3 years, reduce imports by 30%, and create more than 500,000 jobs in the short term. Also speaking on the potential benefits of the policy in a statement, the Vice Chairman of the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, Khalil Halilu, described the policy as a game changer for local manufacturing, noting that it could accelerate Nigeria's industrial revolution and unlock massive opportunities for indigenous entrepreneurs. He said the policy could significantly increase demand for goods and services produced by Nigerian companies. The Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, has received 13 trafficked Nigerians, including 12 girls and a 5-year-old boy, rescued from Ghana and Mali. In a statement signed by the Director of Media, Public Relations and Protocols Unit, Abdurrahman Balogun, NIDCOM revealed that 11 of the victims were rescued from Ghana, while 2 women aged 27 and 35 were brought back from Mali. According to the Commission, 4 of the rescued girls from Ghana, aged between 16 and 30, are from Cross River, 4 others from Benue, 1 each from Imo and Oyo states. Speaking on behalf of the NIDCOM boss, Abike Dabiri-Erewa, head of NIDCOM's Lagos Liaison Office, Dikbo Adebowale, said the victims were deceived with promises of job opportunities but were later forced into prostitution in Ghana. Similarly, the 2 women rescued from Mali narrated how they suffered sexual abuse, physical assault, and emotional trauma. NIDCOM assured that the Commission would work with the victims' state governments to ensure their rehabilitation and reintegration. It also called for the prosecution and public exposure of traffickers to combat modern-day slavery. And on the foreign scene, Iran's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has summoned the United Kingdom's chargé d'affaires over what it called suspicious and unwarranted arrests of several Iranian nationals. The ministry said in a statement that the UK earlier this month accused several Iranian nationals of offences without offering evidence, willfully refrained from informing Iran's embassy in time, and prevented consular access contrary to international norms, accusing the British government of harbouring political motivations to exert pressure on Iran with their arrests. This diplomatic spat comes 2 days after the British police charged 3 Iranians with suspected espionage for Iran's intelligence services under the country's National Security Act of 2023. The accused also appeared before a Westminster magistrates court, where they were also charged with engaging in surveillance and reconnaissance with the intention of committing or supporting serious violence against a person in the UK, and their cases were referred to a Central Criminal Court, and the next hearing is scheduled for early June. In a stated effort towards improving national security against covert foreign influences, the UK has placed Iran on its highest tier under the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme, FIRS. And that's a news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good afternoon. Thanks for listening. I am Faustina Ukutu.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Hello, my people. Are you ready for an electrifying experience that would send shivers down your spine? Welcome to the thrill. Hold on tight as we dive into the hottest high life tracks that will make your pulse race and your feet move. It's not just a show. It's a musical and talk adventure that would leave you craving for more. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the thrill. 9 p.m. only on Today 95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Voice of the people.
It's a beautiful Monday afternoon, and welcome to the very first edition of Talk That Talk for the week. It's Monday, May 19, 2025, 10 minutes past 2 p.m. It is really a beautiful Monday afternoon.
Absolutely, it is. Thank you so much for joining us this week for inspiring, great, educating conversations. We begin Talk That Talk with Monday's edition. I am Queen Chima.
And I am Faustina Oputu. Once again, thank you so much for sticking to the dial. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. All right, so I think we'll just begin the week in a certain way, all right? More like deviating from the norm. A little bit, but still very important issues that we've got to talk about. I mean, there's a lot to talk about, but, how the situation is in River State, and so a lot of people are just looking at a particular sphere of the river's economy or of the state. But then again, we'll begin our conversation this week looking at certain concerns. Safety and town planning concerns is what we're going to be looking at today. So there was a fire incident. There was an explosion. Yeah, put it that way. There was an explosion on Friday that has generated a lot of the conversations that would come up any time there is a fire incident. All right. There are safety concerns. A lot of talking points to consider. Are we planning our town very well, or did we plan our town very well, or our towns, did we plan them well? And of course, the areas that are causing, or the things that are causing these explosions, are they supposed to be where they are supposed to be? I mean, are they situated in the right places and all of those? And so just in case you're missing in action, just in case you missed it, there was an explosion somewhere around opposite Air Force Base at a fuel station. And then there was destruction of property, cars. And of course, I think there was a transport company around that area, and so extended there. And so there was damage. While some people said, well, maybe lives were lost, but it's not official, okay? But bottom line is there was an explosion, and then there was destruction of property, cars, and, any other thing, buildings, that you want to look at. And then you probably will just go back in time and look at every fire incident, every kind of explosion that has occurred, and you want to look at, safety concerns. Some people want to look at the swift response. Other people want to look at, so if it's a fuel station, if it's a gas station, is it supposed to be there? All right, is it supposed to be there? If it's not supposed to be there, why is it there? These concerns that people raise when issues like this occur. And so we'll look at all of these issues. We will not be doing this conversation alone, as we have a safety person joining us via the phone to have this conversation. So we have Cletus Aigbe, is a safety professional. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good afternoon, Faustina. Thank you for having me again.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I think we'll just go straight to the point. Yeah. But before then, when you heard, did you hear about the incident before today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So when you heard it, how did that make you feel? What came to mind?
Well, straightforward. Good afternoon, Rivers people. And thank you for this opportunity once again, Faustina, and your radio station. I think I would want to start by expressing my deepest sympathy to all those affected by the disaster that happened last weekend.
Yeah.
It's one event, just too many. First thing that entered my mind was, what we've been saying has happened again. What we've been saying has happened again. Why am I saying this?
Yeah, I'm wondering what we've been saying. What does that really mean?
Yeah, I've had opportunities to speak at different forums. We even organize events to speak about things like this. The one that came to mind was when I was the national president for National Industrial Safety Council of Nigeria. In one of our NEC meetings, this concern was a serious concern for me, and then it was DPRO that when they were called DPRO, one of the representatives was invited for that NEC meeting. The NEC meeting is where all stakeholders concerning safety in Nigeria come together, Federal Ministry of Labor and all the NLC, TUC and co. In one of those meetings we held in Lagos, I asked this question. On these add-on filling stations, these add-on gas stations, those stations are called add-on gas outlets. They are added to the different stations. Is in a bid to make, the government is trying to make gas accessible.
Okay.
But, in that meeting, I brought to their knowledge some of the stations I have seen that is a time bomb. And I asked this question: why do they allow such stations to be at such places? You will find that this same incident we're talking about now, if nothing is done tomorrow, will still reoccur and reoccur and reoccur. Because it is a time bomb. You don't put gas stations indiscriminately.
Okay.
So in that meeting, we raised it. And if you hear some of the things that the guy said, which I would love to say here.
That's fine.
But I'm so amazed that till today they didn't do much about it, and we're still where we are. Even though the one I used in making example is like they acted on it, because by the time I got back to Port Harcourt, that particular station didn't allow it to have that, because it's even a station that is bearing their name, which is a franchise. So I think they did something about that one, because that one didn't later come to limelight. They moved it inside.
Oh, okay. So, because you talked about the add-on, all right? Is the problem the add-on or the fuel station itself located where it is located that is a problem, or both?
It's both. It's both, because in that meeting I was referring to, these two issues were what I raised. One, the location of the filling station. There's one filling station at YKC Junction. That filling station is built right behind an estate that has so many houses in it, so many living houses in it, right at YKC Junction. If anything happens to that filling station, the whole of that estate may be in trouble. And I saw that they have also brought their own add-on. With the small space they have, they've also brought their own add-on. I don't know whether they've started work now, but I've been saying it's ready, but they've not started work. You go forward, you see another one again. Go forward again, you see another one. In the same environment. So what are we trying to say? That it is a time bomb if we do not do something about this add-on. Then the filling station, like I've rightly explained to you, just if you look left, you look right, you will see them. And these stations are not like there was another one. There's another one in Wuji that I also complained about, where the station, this one is a normal gas station, not add-on.
Okay.
Is beside a very big school. A very big school. And some of the things they said was some of these stations have been there before the buildings came. So I think something should be done. We shouldn't allow indiscriminate, placement of gas stations. Gas is a very volatile thing. So if we take time to look at what happened, though we've not heard what happened, a lot could have gone wrong with this particular. It could be a leak, could be improper refueling, it could be anything. It could be the fact that even heat. It could just be heat.
Oh, okay. So all right, yeah. Go on.
Also, there's a whole lot that must have resulted to this. There are regulations. This regulation. Let me shock you with something that one of the things the guy said that day. So the regulators, if it is true, one of yours in that meeting, he said some of these things is not that they don't know what to do.
Okay.
He gave me a typical incident that happened in Benin. That somebody was building a filling station in a wrong location, and they went there. So one of their staff went to enforce that they should stop building that filling station. Do you know? He said the staff didn't even get to like 5 poles. He was called from above. That if you don't go and unseal that filling station, you will lose your job.
Wow.
So it's not the guy. Some of them know they know the right thing to do, but the will, the political will, the political backing to see these things through. We can use our influences in any way to make sure these things are are allowed to go. It was said that the owner of the police station is a brother to the senator, to this, to that. So please, if you love yourself, go and do this. Go. And that's how the guy went and removed the sticker.
All right. Okay, so I think it was last year or early this year that there was a fire incident. One of these mini shops where gas is being sold, and then one of the local government chairman talked about
around the news.
Banning those mini gas shops and all. Well, even though a lot of people had questioned how effective that ban would be, right? But that was a step in the right direction for a number of people. But when you say that. Because you just highlighted an incident that happened in Edo State, stating that something Oga at the top and all, and so people listening to you now might want to get some form of clarity as to where gas stations are supposed to be located, where they're supposed to be sited. Maybe the people might want to take these actions because casualties are recorded on a number of times when incidents like this play out. What in terms of city planning, right? Where are gas stations supposed to be located? And then you want to look at River State or even Port Harcourt as a whole, and you have cited a number of stations that you think are not supposed to be where they are.
My sister, I can tell you for free that we have laws, we have regulations that have decided all of this. There are regulations that have already decided all of this, where a gas station should be built, the distance, between a living environment and the rest of it. Many of these LPGs and co operate in crowded neighborhoods, without any strict safety separation, inadequate enforcement of siting guidelines and safety distances. These guidelines are already there. You go to NMDPRO, you will see the guidelines. No, I don't have it off heart now. Okay. The guidelines are there. I need you to take a little pause and remember those days, how the fueling stations are. Just take a look at, I don't know if you know the NNPC station at LMA Junction. Did you see the way it is built? You see the one at opposite Shell ROA. The way some of those filling stations are built. You go to Abuja, you will see the way filling stations are built. It is built with safety in mind. You drive in at a distance, there's enough. Don't forget, gas is something that can accumulate in the air and you won't even know. Okay. There could be vapor accumulation, static discharge, and the rest of it. So there must be enough room for air. The place where this incident happened, as I was passing on Sunday to the airport, I took a look and I bought fuel there before. I never knew that there was even a gas station there. You see, the gas station is in a very small space where you don't have enough air. Okay. You don't have enough air. For gas, vapor not to accumulate, it needs enough air for it to vaporize. But it's in a kind of an enclosed place with a fence, and beside it, you have so many vehicles parked there. Like you rightly said, there's a very big transport company beside it. And I have been to that environment many times. In the morning, when that transport company has finished loading and all her buses have gone, the other people will park by the side and start carrying the passengers that are left. Just imagine if that thing had happened in the morning, the number of lives that would have been lost. So there are guidelines as to where you should situate your gas station. But for add-ons, the government needs to do something very urgently. Go to any gas station, you will see that you must have space, then you must have running water. There's a whole lot. First, let's even I don't know. The guys working there, are they even trained on how to fight emergencies?
That's another problem.
This incident, when are we going to hear of the investigation? what happened, what caused it. So there's a whole lot to it. But for me, one of the things I hold on to the most is inadequate enforcement of sighting guidelines and safety distances.
Yeah, that's on the government.
Yes. You know, don't forget, this is not just about government. You know, we've had cases where this safety team we keep talking about, the owners of the facility were the ones that died. I want the owners of these people to begin to think, what if this thing happens the day you came to inspect your office? That's the day this thing happens and you're the one that died. Like the house that fell in Lagos some time ago. The owner was right on it when the thing collapsed on him. So in the same vein, when you are, don't wait for government. If government won't do their own, you do your own, because it's your business. You know how much you put in it. Just imagine if that whole station was burnt down that day. They are lucky they are around where they had quick response. If that whole station was burnt down, imagine the businesses, Happy Biters, they decided, businesses that would have been burnt down. So government has the power, the will, and all it takes to get these things done. But if government is failing, and others are twisting the government, why don't you, the owner of the business, do the right thing? For your own good, do the right thing.
All right. I mean, you have, talked about a whole lot of things, but one would just be wondering, so at this point, is there something that we can still do? I mean, you've talked about the owners doing the right things, the government doing the right things. But going forward, what can be done, so we maybe not totally eliminate, if you can, it's fantastic. But
to reduce the effect and to reduce the incident.
Yeah, exactly, from recurring.
There's a whole lot that can be done. First, don't put any of these kind of stations in an overcrowded environment. Secondly, train your staff very well on fire prevention and emergency response. I can tell you for free, that fire may have started small. An incipient state fire that maybe they could have put it out. But if the guys were not adequately trained on fire prevention and emergency response, such will happen. Then make sure you have all the safety systems that can shut off adequately to prevent leakages, to prevent have gas detectors mounted at the right places. This will help you shut off these things. Ensure that all the requirements that has been stated for such a facility, that you adhere to it for your own good. Then have a good emergency evacuation plan. If anything happens, how do we deal with it? How do we evacuate? How do we manage it? I tell you the truth. If you go to that place every morning, you will see the danger that these people are playing with. It's just a fence that is separating the people, all the vehicles and the business guys around that place from this danger, from this hazard on a daily basis. They are there seeing it. So there's a need for stronger regulation and enforcement. There's a need for it. And then the PROA, please, you need to do something about this.
Go on.
So the regulatory bodies, the town planning authorities, the fire service agencies in Nigeria and in Rivers State, we need to ensure that we enforce the laws. There are laws to guide these things. I can tell you for free, my sister. Please, let's make sure we enforce these laws. Where we see the laws are weak, for example, if we've not put together something good for these add-ons, let's do a thorough work on these add-ons. Urban planning laws must be enforced to ensure stations are not too close to residents or commercial clusters.
Okay.
These are some of the major things that must be done. Then for the citizens, We need to be educated, like what 95.1 is doing now. We need to be educated on the dangers of patronizing unsafe outlets. There is a lot of dangers in patronizing unsafe outlets because these guys selling this don't even know the dangers of what they are doing. I see some of them transporting these things in a very hazardous manner. If one cylinder drops, it travels as a projectile with so much energy, anything that crosses its way is gone.
Wow.
So the community be encouraged to report unsafe gas and fuel stations. Well, it's not like, just do the one you can. Let it be that we have reported, like I did. Report, and let's see what they will do to reduce this incident. So immediate investigation as to what happened to this incident should be done, so we understand both the immediate and the remote cause, and be able to say what can we do to prevent this. So the government should quickly get their team. I saw that the Solar Administrator was there. I think he should have also gone there with some professionals who can help him do an investigation as to what went wrong. Because this is where we always get it wrong. Why these things will always happen. In civilized world, when an accident happens, you investigate, you check for the immediate cause, the remote cause, the root cause, and you decide on how to prevent a reoccurrence. So this is something we must do immediately and decide on ways to prevent a reoccurrence. If we need to review our laws, we quickly review them. If we need to get more training, if we need to get more persons to enforce this, do.
All right, but before I let you go, beautiful recommendations that you've given about because at some point you talked about the political will and all, and I think that's a great part, in curbing or reducing incidents such as this. Are you optimistic that, all of these recommendations that you've given, we as a people will be able to tow that path and have these issues reduced? Are you optimistic?
Yeah, because we're looking at a number of these stations that are cited in different locations in the states, the add-ons and the ones that are not supposed to be where they are supposed to be. And, sentiments come into play. If they're supposed to be displaced if they're supposed to be displaced or supposed to be moved, or even some sort of destruction, people begin to say, livelihood, people surviving on these stations and all of that. So there's a lot, and it just brings up the question of would we really get it right with this, or we have to wait for going forward, it can be done better?
My sister, the question is a serious one. The only thing me and you can only do is say our own and wish that they listen and do the right things.
Yeah. Okay.
That because the truth is, they all know that what we are saying is the right thing.
Right.
But are we willing to take the bull by the horn and do the right things? In other parts of the world, you can't have such a station without gas suppression, leak detection, and fire suppression systems. License, and the regulators must come and check them. You have the water running 24 hours, cooling the tank.
Okay.
Mandatory training and certification for gas operators and attendants. These things should be enforced. Mandatory training. Without this training, these people should not work. These people should not operate. So, for me, I can't tell you I'm optimistic, but I'm a Christian and truly hope that God will touch their heart. So I will only pray and say my own, that God should touch their hearts.
We came here again.
Yes, God, please touch their hearts.
It's all right.
Because there's nothing else we can do. We are professionals. We have talked. We have even tried to reach out to them, but Let me not say the other things, my sister.
Please don't. Thank you so much, Cletus Aigbe, for joining us on the show. We really do appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me. God bless you.
Bless you too.
All right then.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is really a lot of pointers, a lot of pointing to the issues, and of course recommendations that he has given.
Even if it sounded like we've gone too far to come back. Because when you asked about optimism, you're looking at the circulation of these gas stations and where they are located all over the state, the add-ons that he talked about, and the proper equipping of these stations. Like, it's a number of factors. So even if you're dealing with the fact that they're located at the wrong spaces, you're asking questions around is the staff, are they trained enough to respond to emergencies as this? You're looking at how prepared or even informed the people are. So it's just a number of factors, and the question starts from which do we begin to deal with first after the other.
So I think that the government, the bulk of this will fall on the lap of the government, all right? So in as much as the individuals, the people, the business owners, they have their roles to play, like training, having their staff trained when it comes to safety and all of those. But inciting these stations, I mean, they're not hidden. They're cited in the places that they're cited. And for some, you have the government functionaries. I mean, the people in government. Some of them patronizing these places because they're not hidden. They're around the cities, so they know, they see them, and they're like, okay, so this is here, and they don't do anything about it. When the government wakes up to say, this is what we want to do. Now, he talked about the regulations that are there. Yeah. It's the enforcement, the implementation that is the problem. And you know how the system works in Nigeria. Sometimes you have sharp practices going on in some places. Okay, so I want, I'm seeking for a permit to do this. And so, okay, so what do you want to do then? They tell you, oh, this is what I want to do. Yeah, take it. And then the next thing, you're probably doing something else. There are no inspections or no monitoring processes put in place. And so whatever it is you're doing or whatever you said you want to do, if you're doing something else, well, they really don't even know. And for some time, like the example he gave in Benin, that's some sort of sharp practices. Oh, okay, so this is wrong. This is cited in the wrong place. But because, the regulators, they went there to do their duty.
Yeah.
But because that place is owned by someone who is close to the powers that be, there's one guy at the top saying, oh, don't touch that place. It belongs to me or my brother and all of those. So you're risking the lives of people just because you are in power, and then you want to just have it your way.
You don't care.
You really don't care.
Yeah, that's it.
So all of these put together, at this point, I think we'll go to that point where we'll begin to pray.
Yeah, because you get to the point where you begin to pray.
Exactly. That's when you've resigned yourself to faith. Now Nigerians will say, oh yeah, we just pray that.
We just pray that. And we keep praying, and certain of these things keep happening.
We keep praying, and then people keep dying.
Because these things can be averted if the right things are just done. And you want to also look at the licensing procedure. The whole process of setting up a station, and you're asking questions around regular monitoring, and is that what it is, or because it's like, oh, maybe someone just wants to make money and has the money to get the license and start up, build something, and it just happens, and the lives and property of people are at stake or in danger. So these bodies that are monitoring or regulating, and all over this state or in a number of places in the state, like you mentioned, they buy fuel, buy gas. So you see that this place is not built in the way it's supposed to. He also talked about the structure of these stations. Most of them, they are not structured in the right way. and you look at the NNPC, the way it's structured, one just comes to mind in Biafra State. You see where it's located, just away from residential building and all, and quite a number of these NNPC first stations too. So it's a concern. You begin to look at the corruption in the private sector. How people are able to just get access to certain things because of the money, and who is perpetrating this? And those in government. So if the government doesn't take the bulk of the blame and even begin to take action, so it means that these incidences will continue to happen, and it's a sad situation. So what would the people do in this kind of scenario?
Usually government officials, when it happens, things like this, when they happen, they will condemn, they will condole with the victims, with those affected. They will pay on-the-spot assessment visit to wherever it happened. And after that, to your tent, O Israel, till the next incident occurs, and then they come out again, and you see them acting like they want to actually do something. And sometimes we don't get a detailed report of investigation carried out to ascertain what really led to it and what can be done. Usually sometimes all of these things, oh yes, let's go and visit the place and carry your aids. What are the aids going there to do? Are they the professionals that will look at we think this is it, but we really need to carry out some sort of
you just probably want people to know
that you were there. You paid a visit to the place.
Sometimes it's because, the people, some people think the people, we're not asking questions enough. So and you want to deal with sympathy. He was there now. Okay, what did he go there to do?
To
Who
show you
was
that
the professional that he went with? But while we follow through this conversation, in a lot of things about the report, while a little clear, in terms of casualties, it's just been this story and the other story. But we know that, there was a destruction recorded.
People were affected.
So, but we'll just follow through with what happened and also see if we get updates from it. But at this point, we'll just open the phone lines.
Update like an investigation that was carried out.
Absolutely, investigation.
Okay.
What like our guest said, we need to understand what the cause of the fire was, which is important. What caused the fire? The station should be able to. Why are you looking at me that way?
I'm looking at you because I'm thinking about all of the incidences that have occurred, and I'm thinking, okay, so for Sina, this one now, what was the report that we got? We're still waiting for the report of things that happened in, according to them, 1880. We haven't seen, but usually they would go visit the place, and sometimes make pronouncements. Make declarations, we ban this thing, we ban this thing. After that pronouncement, nothing happens. Back to status quo.
So ban on paper.
Ban. All right, join the conversation. We are taking a look at safety concerns, safety town planning concerns following the explosion that occurred at the Air Force axis that led to the destruction of properties. We're looking at what can be done to avert future occurrences. I guess that it all, but we would have to, listen to what you have to say. And now, of course, if you have any other concern around this or about this, feel free to share with us on the show. It is Talk That Talk on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Call lines are 0817 00 00951 and 0810 9510 951. You can send your message to 0701 933 9962. On Facebook, Today 95.1 FM. On X at Today FM 951.
Good afternoon. Your name and location.
Good afternoon, Faustina and Queen.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Robin Maja, the farmer. Good afternoon.
God bless you. You see, for me, I target a lazy system from the government. The government is lazy. People who occupy offices just believe that they are there to either to earn salary or to make money, and that is all. Fortuna, are you aware that the building that collapsed somewhere at Iguta here, that building is still standing? That building that collapsed, the building that collapsed is still standing there. They just managed to patch the house that the building collapsed on. They tried to put the zinc. That building is still there. Fortuna, are you aware that the Commissioner for Urban Development had an altercation with the former chairman of the Kure local government area as regards the property he was developing in GRA?
Yeah.
The building that was meant to be 4 floors, something like that, it went up to 5 floors. That altercation, the police were guarding that building. The construction is still going on. The building is still standing there. Meanwhile, the man admitted that, yes, I admitted, yes, I flouted it, I admitted. In that law, when you admit, does that mean the building will not be brought down? The building is still standing there. The government is lazy. Those who occupy positions are lazy. And the few individuals, the bourgeois, who felt they have subdued the people, they do anything against the law. That is the problem we have. Now, on the part of the business people, like the filling station, how many of those young women and men there are trained to use fire extinguisher? Most time you drive into a filling station, you observe that the attendants are very lazy. They don't even know why they are there. You find that most of them will be pressing phone while they are right in the pump. The managers are lazy to supervising them or teaching them the right thing to do. For me, the most dangerous place I want to find myself is filling station. If filling station, if I'm traveling, I don't go there with my family. I go to buy fuel before I move. Filling station and bank, these are places I don't want to spend time. Because the environment, people are lazy. They are not conscious that this is fuel, and this is fire, and anything can happen. Good afternoon. God bless you.
All right. Thank you very much. Hello. Good afternoon.
Faustina.
Yes, please. Welcome.
Good afternoon. You see, we'll keep on talking about this safety conscious, but it will not result anything. In Nigeria, we don't learn. In River State, we don't learn. Because we complain.
Hello?
We complain a lot.
Okay.
And our complaint are not being heard. So, my sister, we always say, after every incident, investigation, the investigation amount to nothing. We'll keep on talking.
Okay.
Till the society will get better.
All right. Thank you. So keep on talking until things.
You don't think... Good afternoon. Your name and location.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Wellington from Africa.
Go on, Wellington.
Hello?
Okay, so Wellington, you're in a very noisy environment and it's getting to us. Okay, you might want to just move away from where you are and dial back. Let's get to hear from you. All right, you're listening to Talk That Talk, Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Keep your calls coming in.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Faustina.
Good afternoon. Tony Hosful.
Yeah, thank you. See, Faustina, what I see from all this is that the government is not a serious government. They are not serious about the people. They want it, they take life so cheap. The life is very, very cheap. That's why they don't add. They don't care whether anything happens. Look at what is happening in the northeast. Look at what happened in the Benue State, and elsewhere, Kaduna, everywhere. So this thing is just to tell you that they don't care.
what does it take to take safety precaution? Train these people, tell them what to do. Even if it's a private, company or whatever, you hold them accountable if anything happens, if careless things happen, so that they'll be on their toes. You don't. In Nigeria, when people die, 5 die, they say, "Oh, thank God, it's just 5 persons." I mean, elsewhere, in those crimes, in those good crimes, they don't think about that. One soul means a lot to them. So, like I tell you, those souls are cheap. It's not precious. That's why they are. Things will continue to be like that. Any day they take life so precious, this is will reduce to a manageable proportion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Our guest on air, you're doing a great work by speaking out, but this is not to discredit what you're saying. I wish to tell us that considering Nigeria's negative factor, you might be wasting your time speaking on these gas station sitting rules and guidelines. Even gas stations owned by politicians and a few individuals in PPR cited their stations near residence areas without prioritizing the safety and danger. As we speak, already approved gas station construction works are going on right now near residential areas that can easily ignite fire when the stations are on fire. We are wasting our time in this country speaking to the authorities. Michael Newmont. Okay. Let's go back to calls. Good afternoon.
Hello, Fatina.
Wellington, good afternoon.
Now you can hear me. Faustina, it's not that you're a journalist. Sometimes I will imagine whether you're not in Rivers State, neither Nigeria. What investigation are you expecting them to do? Faustina, life and property in this country is not valued. Faustina, don't joke. Be serious. You're talking about time and leadership here. If people are serious, if leadership is serious in this country, do you know where it's called Air Force Base? That is a military zone area. That is a place meant for military people. That is a place meant for the top tier of the military armed forces of this country, Air Force. And they are talking, we want to investigate, we'll investigate, we'll do this, we'll do that. We could have gotten the result immediately because they have the capacity to give us a result. What did to this? Who did this? Who did that? But in our beg, bye-bye.
Oh, immediate results. I mean, that means you're talking about the immediate causes, okay? Because for a thorough investigation, you have to be really thorough, right? And it's not something that can be done instantly. But I think you're just doubting the fact that a thorough investigation would be carried out because you're looking at precedents, I guess. But it's fine. It's okay. But I think that there is room for change. We can wake up one morning and say, oh, enough is enough. We'll begin to monitor, we begin to enforce all of the laws all of the rules and regulations that we've set down, that the government can do. But then, well, I don't know.
Well, and I mean, it's when some of the people understand that it's something that we need to keep talking about, and like one of the callers said, we'll not stop, won't get tired, and what's our role? What's our role? I mean, if someone is listening to us and you're planning to build that, you want to put it in, and considering the lives of people, property of people.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true, because
consider other people. As much as you want to build a business, you want to make profit, you should consider human beings too, and say, oh, I could cite some other business here instead, because I consider I'm saying this and smiling because I'm considering the safety of others.
People.
So it's basically people. I mean, individuals doing
my business here. market will move.
He's going to be losing, because imagine if he has like a number of fuel stations sited at areas where people can just easily locate, and the people don't care. Let's just go and get fuel. Let's get gas here. It's closer to our house, right? And then you go to a place where, because you're trying to do the right thing. So that's the challenge. One person trying to do the right thing against 1,000 people who are comfortably doing the wrong thing. So you're almost losing. And like you said, that's where the government really comes to play, because everyone should be forced. Not for everyone should be made
with the rules and regulations and the laws. You're to be made
should be made to do the right thing.
But I think for some people, you have to force them to do the right things, otherwise. But I mean, it's a really serious concern that we need to really sit down and begin to plan our cities and begin to be more involved with safety concerns. I mean, it's really very important that we do that. One more call and then we'll just wrap this up.
Good afternoon.
Good day.
Yeah, welcome.
Hello, good afternoon. We are talking about what happened and the outcome wisdom. We are talking about what happened at the airport. Are you going to Makoba, that town Aziz?
Yeah, it's been a while I've been to Makoba.
Makoba, Ibeto.
Yeah.
You will see Konoil, you will see Oando, the depot. When you pass the back, you will see the house is built under a pipeline, a PMS pipeline. That's going to verify for ourselves. So we Nigerians, we don't value our own safety. That's our problem. We don't value our safety. Okay. If you go, at times when you go to that, was it last month when the diesel was pouring out from nowhere and people are scooping. So our problem is if we don't value our life, we don't value things that normally happen to us.
All right, Wisdom, thank you very much. I mean, that place you mentioned, it's scary. Ibeto axis, Makoba axis. So you see the trucks. It's really scary. Going there, like, God, I beg you. You just been doing God, I beg you like 1 million times before you get back to where you came from. Anyways, we've got to go now. It's been Talk That Talk on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. My name is Faustina Uputu.
I am Queen Chima. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for listening. Top of the hour, the sports crew will be here for today's Sports Live.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Today in history, May 19. In 1892, the British inflicted heavy casualties on the Ijebu infantry at the Battle of the Yemoja River. This battle was part of the British colonization of Nigeria, where they used advanced weaponry like the Maxim machine gun, capable of firing 2,000 rounds in 3 minutes to gain control over various regions. 1900, the Convention for the Preservation of Wild Animals, Birds and Fishes in Africa was signed in London by representatives of European colonial powers. 1930, white women in South Africa were enfranchised, marking a pivotal moment in the country's political landscape. This development extended voting rights to white women, although it excluded women of other racial groups, reflecting the era's prevailing racial inequalities. 1968, during the Nigerian Civil War, federal forces captured Port Harcourt from Biafran troops. 1986, Helen Pastors, a white South African anti-apartheid activist, was sentenced to 10 years in prison for her involvement in underground activities opposing the apartheid regime. Her conviction highlighted the diverse racial composition of anti-apartheid movements and the risks undertaken by its members. 2007, the tsunami which occurred off the coast of Java, Indonesia, in the Banda Sea region lasted for about 35 minutes, reaching peak speeds around 20 minutes after the initial blast. 2010, following the death of President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, Vice President Goodluck Jonathan assumed the presidency and Namadi Sambo was appointed and sworn in as the Vice President of Nigeria. 2016, Egypt's air flight went missing en route from Paris to Cairo, and Egypt's air jet carrying 66 passengers and crew disappeared from radar over the Mediterranean Sea and crashed. 2018, Prince Harry married American actress Meghan Markle at St. George's Chapel, Windsor Castle. A total number of 600 guests were in attendance at the ceremony, and nearly 2 billion people worldwide watched the televised event. 2020, Thomas Tabane resigned as Prime Minister of Lesotho amid political pressure and allegations related to the murder of his ex-wife. His resignation ended a tumultuous tenure and led to the swearing-in of Moketsi Majoro as his successor.
On this day in history, on this day in history, on this day in history.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today's news in 60. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, in collaboration with the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, has launched a non-resident bank verification number platform to ease access to financial services for Nigerians in the diaspora. The Bureau of Public Procurement, BPP, has revised its procurement thresholds for ministries, departments and agencies, MDAs, as part of reforms to streamline processes and improve budget execution. The World Bank says the petrol subsidy removal has not fully translated into expected revenue gains for Nigeria, as only half of the proceeds are being remitted by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and NPCL. On the foreign scene, central banks in key African economies are getting set to line up with other emerging markets in coming weeks and cut interest rates where inflation pressures are seeing reduction. Today's news in 60. In 60.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today's news.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One line, two lines. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lines. Who's ready to be the star?
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. Tyson get right. Hold all the way.
The heart stops.
Catch the sports gang on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays, 7:30 a.m. and Today's Sport Live, 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends, 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today, 95.1 FM.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Pillars stand tall, but Victor Osimhen stands taller. Diamonds are hard, but Osimhen is rock solid. Football could be the pillar, but these days Victor Osimhen looks like the foundation in which that pillar stands. From the streets of Lagos, hawking sachet water to be crowned Prince of Italy, and right now the Nigerian international has just been crowned King of Turkey, to the extent that fans are begging, could you please not go? Could you stay with us after the former Africa Best Player of the Year helped the Turkish side Galatasaray, in which he's on loan, by the way, to leave their next Turkish league? 2 trophies in just about a couple of months after leaving the chaos behind in Napoli in Italy. Great to have you join us, and a very good afternoon to you. This is today's Sports Live, the Monday edition of the show, reaching you from the studios of your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM, right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. My name is Reliable Reliance Odanyan. I am your reliable radio spokesman, the classical gentleman. These days I'm being called the Mawe Sabi one in the world of sports. And let me remind you that it was a weekend filled with sporting activities. Major talking points from Friday to Saturday to Sunday. And of course, we still have developing stories today, because Anslot is not letting down his guard on the chase of the replacement of Trent Alexander-Arnold, who is bent on going to Spain, the Real Madrid, talking about the Spanish capital. So is it going to be Jeremy Frimpong? What does he bring to Liverpool and, of course, for Arsenal? Looks like Mikel Arteta has declared that, look, we are not looking back next season. We're not going to be next season FC anymore, because he seems to be telling the board, you must go out there, you must sign, you must bring in somebody. But the race for the top 4 seems more interesting than, maybe that the top 5 in the English Premier League seems more interesting than the race for who wins the trophy. Yesterday, I was just thinking about it, and I was like, these days, race for the title looks to be boring. I mean, look at the German Bundesliga. Bayern Munich won with games to spare. You go to where it started was even in France. Paris Saint-Germain won with games to spare. And then in England, games to spare. Okay. Even when it was looking as if it was promising for the La Liga, Barcelona clinched with game to spare. Where do I go to? Okay, Napoli is not done. Even in Nigeria. So these days, looks like, race for the title is becoming somewhat boring. I don't know what you think about that. But I don't have Priye PZ, officially known as Priye Izogo, in the studio with me. And together, we shall be running this show. Priye, how do you see this matter? I was just thinking about it yesterday, and I was like, race for the title, not the sweet again. Now, top 5 or 4 race now, and they can't sweet us.
Good afternoon, the reliable gentleman. For me, I think it's about preparation. Most times when we come into a new season, one team will just look more prepared than the others. And if you are more prepared, then you take your chances, you'll be up there. That's exactly what played out when Man City dominated with those 4 Premier League titles. Yeah. And that's what's playing out now with Liverpool. And when you have every sphere of the pitch covered with quality players, definitely, and you have a rich bench, definitely you get titles. That's exactly what's playing out. Other teams are sleeping. So if you're sleeping, you cannot hunt for the title. You must be totally complete. I remember I watched a podcast where Mourinho was talking about his success when he came his second stint at Chelsea. He made mention of him going to Ibrahimovic. He said, I need to get 3 players. If I get these 3 players, I will assure you that we'll get a league title. We need to get a striker. Diego Costa will do it for us. We need to get a midfielder, a very good creative midfielder. Fabregas will do the business for me. And we need to get a defender. And he called out, my memory is, I'm trying to remember the defender.
I think was that when he brought back Ricardo Cavallo?
I've forgotten the player, but he brought in a defender, he brought in a midfielder, he brought in a striker, and the rest, they say, is history. We saw the same thing with Manchester City. They brought in Erling Haaland, they dominated Europe. So the idea is, if you strengthen your team, you have quality players, and the right spirit is there, definitely you dominate the league. But for the top 4, immediately you're done, other guys will struggle for the remaining piece of the meat.
Yeah, which is a place in the European Champions League. Well, welcome once again to the show. The SMS and the WhatsApp portal is there, 0701-933-9962. That is 0701-933-9962 for your reactions for the phone lines and processing that you do know the passcode. So starting things, by the way, if you're thinking in my same line of thoughts, you could let me know when I throw open the phone lines and when it's time for you to weigh in on the conversation. Do you think the title race these days are becoming so boring and so predictable that race for the top 5, as the case may be, depending on where that particular league finishes in terms of how their teams have been performing and how much indices they've gathered? So race for the top 5 or top 4 becomes more interesting. If you think like that, let us know. But let's start off from home, as the 22nd edition of the National Sports Festival officially began on Sunday with a colorful opening ceremony at the MKO Abiola Sports Complex, Abeokuta, amid fanfare in front of an estimated 10,000 spectators, showcasing the very best of Ogun State and Nigeria as a whole. The opening ceremony, which lasted more than 4 hours, began with a soulful rendition of the national anthem and Ogun State anthem by a popular singer and songwriter Bukola Elemide, also known as Asa. Asa's rendition was followed by other performances which lit up the arena, as well as the colorful march past of the 36th state, the FCT, and the invited junior athletes who are dubbed as the 38th state at the National Sports Festival. The evening was capped by Afrobeat star Davido, who thrilled the spectators by dropping energetic hits of his newly released 5 album, among other old hits songs from his discography. The letters of the song will be With You, right? Yeah. The one he did with Omale, that's the one that's flying around, and people have been talking about the 5 album pre. What's your rating, by the way?
I think the idea behind creating the album was for him to dominate. That's why he had a lot of similar sounds, like they're more of the Amapiano soul kind of sound. Yeah. But I don't know if it will still work. He's a man that can actually promote a lot. If he promotes and one enters, all the other songs will enter, because some of the songs are quite similar. But the With You song, quality song,
With You don't enter.
They don't enter already. So it's about other songs trying to dominate the mainstream media.
By the way, Priya is an artist, a music producer. What do you know before this life?
They do everything. They find money.
They do everything. If you've not streamed his song, just go to PZ Beat. PIZZI, right?
Yeah,
on all
BEATS.
So just go to PZ Beat on all streaming platforms. You'll find his songs there. He also produces music, so he's an authority when it comes to what's happening there. But let's bring it down to sports. The opening ceremony of the National Sports Festival. I mean, you look at some other sports festivals who've had the opening ceremonies and what's gonna come, but having the likes of Davido, the likes of Asa perform should speak volume for what Ogun State is putting together.
Yes, I think it's quality. When it's painful if you're from River State and you hear my voice right now. Ogun State is taking over. Ogun State is coming. I think that's the word. Ogun State is becoming a state where the IGR is increasing. When it comes to putting the state out there close to Lagos, they are doing it. Lagos is expanding into Ogun. And that's why we are complaining. A lot of people say the state of emergency is a big problem for River State because we're going backward. But for the Ogun State guys, they are doing the business from infrastructure down to sports, to entertainment and all. They are doing the business. A lot of media houses are moving down to Lagos and to Ogun State. So going to Lagos, television station, radio stations and all. True. So for me, I think they're doing a lot. For the opening ceremony, I saw the performance, brilliant performance. I saw the atmosphere. But my own issue is the quality of athletes we need to get out of this tournament. Yes, we know the Delta State, the likes, the Bayelsa, the Edo State, who want to dominate.
Bayelsa is rising so hot these days.
We want to dominate the sport. Yeah. But when I was in KB State, I had a conversation, I think, with the Commissioner of Sports then. So why is it that some Northern states are not putting much money when it comes to pushing sports development in the North? Because basically we just have few states in Nigeria where we get the best of athletes. But if they're investing across the board, across the 60 geopolitical zone, we have a lot of options when it comes to we competing on the continent and also on the world stages. So we need to invest in sports. I know Delta, they are doing the business. It's more like a continuity thing from all the administrations. They are investing in sports. Same with Bayelsa now, investing in sport because of Daniel Gali is obvious. And some other states too. River State is lacking behind these days, but River State used to be one of the biggest sponsors when it comes to sporting events. So I think the southeastern part of the country, the northern part of the country, especially northwest, northeast, they need to invest in sports so that we can have more athletes, especially when it comes to the long distance races. There are some areas
they have the altitude.
They have the altitude. They have the environment for them to actually invest in those sports, marathon and all. We need them to invest in these sports, put in money, create more tournaments, especially tournaments within the grassroots level. Get these athletes so that they can participate in national sports festival. We'll have a lot of options. So we can even see people breaking records in our sports festival.
True.
You can break a record there to be a world record if you break the record and you do the right thing. So for me, I think we need to invest in our sports, not just few states, Edo State, Delta State, Bayelsa State. We want the entire country, 36 states, to be producing athletes.
All right. Do you think Bayelsa is going to go home with this one? Look, the first edition of the Niger Delta Sports Festival was won by Bayelsa State. Delta has been dominating the National Sport Festival all over the years. But the very first edition of the Niger Delta Sport Festival, which is within the region, and there was these strict principle or regulation. You know they approach athletes to that. The idea was to discover athletes from the grassroots, right? So they approach athletes, bring the one way they are state. Bayelsa won it, and Delta didn't win it. I don't know if there's any significance to that, but I don't want us to dwell on that. But the point I'm making is that if you look at Bayelsa State these days, the NWFL, now Bayelsa, Bayelsa Queens, they didn't win them. Niger Delta Sports Festival, now them. So it looked like they might just be something. So what do you think? Let's have your thoughts via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal 0701 9339962. Do you see Bayelsa State conquering the mini on the Nigeria's Olympics as the ongoing Gateway Games in Ogun State? It is tagged Gateway Games 2024. Yes, it was scheduled to go down 2024, but suffered several postponements, and which sees it going down now. So, do you think Bayelsa is going to clinch this one, or is it going to be Delta State? And what do you think about the opening ceremony? Was it colorful enough? Was it of international standard? Let's have your thought via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. For now, the phone lines are buzzing, but we'll get to it. I'll try as much as I can to give us a lot of time to discuss, because today the bulletin looks so filled up. It's what I've been discussing with Priya before we started the show. But let's move on. Let's go down to tennis now, where Jasmine Paulini took advantage of crowd support to beat Coco Gauff 6-4, 6-2. And become the first home player to win the Italian Open in 40 years. With top-ranked Yannick Sinner to play Carlos Alcaraz in the men's final on Sunday, which later happened, Italy could yet earn their first sweep of the Rome singles titles this weekend. But that did not happen because Carlos Alcaraz proved too strong for home favourite Yannick Sinner. Well, the last Italian woman to win the tournament was Raffaella Reggi in 1985. The last local man to raise the trophy was Adriana Panatta in 1976. So they were hoping that it was going to be a clean sweep for Italy, where Jasmine Paulini wins the women's single and Yannick Sinner, the world number one, wins the men's single. But that did not happen, as Carlos Alcaraz was stubborn enough to dispatch home favourite Yannick Sinner in the final of the Italian Open, winning 7-6, 6-1 in Rome. In Sinner's first tournament back after a 3-month doping ban, a tight first set went to a tie break as Alcaraz then kicked on to a 3-love advantage within it, closing it out 7-5 for a crucial lead. The second set could not have proven more one-sided, however, as a dominant Alcaraz streaked out to a 5-love lead, with Sinner powerless to stop him closing the game out on serve. After Jasmine Paulini's trophy success in the women's final on Saturday, Italy were looking to earn their first ever sweep of the Rome singles titles this weekend. Instead, the last local man to raise the trophy remains Adriana Panatta in 1976. Since the start of last year, that is, Alcaraz is the only player to beat Sinner more than once, and now he's done that. Guess how many? 4 straight times. Alcaraz's victory before Sinner's home fans at the Foro Italico snapped the Italians' 26-match winning streak, which stretched back to October when Alcaraz beat him in the China Open final in the third set tiebreaker. Alcaraz now leads the career series 7-4. It's about Roland Garros coming up next. Just a couple of weeks from now, we're going to be having the French Open.
The French Open, yeah.
You know, and Carlos Alcaraz has been dubbed the next Rafael Nadal, you know, dominant on clay court and all of that stuff. But he was able to top Yannick Sinner in his backyard, inside in Beirut. He beat him, collect the title. I mean, what do you make of the run for Carlos Alcaraz?
Alcaraz is a beautiful player when it comes to his techniques and all. But when it comes to dominance, it will take years. It will take some level of consistency. Yes, he's doing it. He's getting the Grand Slam. He's getting some of the Opens and the ATP 1000 and all. He's growing it and going the whole front of Sinner to get that. It's quite huge. But I think it's beyond this. I think these days, I prefer for people not to be called he is the new this or new that. It affects the player.
That's the day they walk out.
It affects the player. Yeah. Be it any sports, be it table tennis. Oh, this one man is the next Mike Tyson. Before you know it, the guy crumbles. Oh, this is the next Muhammad Ali. That's what they said when our own boxer, Joshua, when he started. Oh, he looks like the next Muhammad Ali. I saw some images of him posing like Muhammad Ali on the ring, and everybody said, oh, this is the next man. You go to the court, says, this is the next Rafael Nadal. Oh, this is the next Roger Federer. Ah, he has a style of this, he has a style of that. Allow the player to play. Go to
And be
football now.
himself.
They are now shouting. Oh, this Barcelona boy. He's not acting like a former legend. I feel all those drama affects the player emotionally and all. So for me, I think Alcaraz is building history for himself.
Yeah.
And great mental strength. Going there, Italy, getting this one is quite big. I think he just need to build the momentum, get more Grand Slam at the end of the day. We know very few Grand Slam in the year, but make sure you use these ATPs and all this open to build your mindset, build your mind. Because the idea, tennis is about mind. It's about strength. So not be football with somebody they run, you they stand. You have to run and cover spaces, and you have to run this in different courts. So for me, I think great one for him. Clay court, he's getting used to it. He's becoming his favorite ground. I think he just needs to improve it, get other courts, the grass and all, and see how he can dominate the hardcore and all. I think he's a great player and definitely will improve. But I don't want to compare with anybody. Please, you just leave the legend alone and let the boy build the history for himself.
Coco Gauff has been in back-to-back finals now. Madrid Open final is clay court. Right now at the Thailand Open final again and couldn't secure anyone.
I think my problem with Coco Gauff is, if you look at her, she's playing like a teenager, like a typical teenager that can be easily be distracted. If you see her face, you see her emotions and all, she looks like a player that can be distracted. And if you want to dominate a big sport like this, you have to be over 100. That's how important it is. You're playing against a Paulini, playing in front of a crowd. You have to be doing it over 100 because there's already an advantage. You're playing against two players.
Yeah.
So for me, I think she needs to build her mental strength. She's a good player, no doubt about this. Maybe not like the great like the Serena Williams and all. We should not do those comparisons when it comes to physicality and all.
Yeah.
But she is a great player. I think if she can actually throw away those emotions, throw away those distractions. We've seen a lot of times when somebody will say something and you see that she's looking in the past. That was like last year, 2 years. I think she's getting out of that, but she's need to build that momentum. Even though I go in front of your palo, I will defeat you. That mindset. And I think she's still a young girl. She still have to learn the curves. I think she's a great player. Definitely she will improve.
All right, what do you make of Coco Gauff losing to Jasmine Paolini? And what do you make of Jasmine Paolini winning to set a record? More like it took how many years to have somebody win at home? I mean, the last Italian woman to win the tournament was Raffaella Reggi in 1985. So do the math, 2025 minus 1985, and tell me how many years it took for another Italian woman to win the Italian Open. It's 1,000 points on offer, but they've never done a clean sweep before. They've never done a clean sweep. This is just about the closest they've gotten to have a clean sweep, where in the men's singles we have an Italian win, in the women's single we have an Italian win. This is the closest they've gotten, but they couldn't do that. Osas Iheme joins us in the studio. Osas, welcome. Jasmine Paolini, up next should be the French Open. Do you see her carrying on this momentum onto the French Open, or you expect more? Expect the winner, or should I say, the dominance from the trio these days? You know, Coco Gauff, Aryna Sabalenka, and Iga Swiatek.
I think it's going to be Jasmine Paolini going pretty far in the in Roland Garros when it starts later this month, in a couple of weeks from now, or called at the first week of June. I think she has been building momentum from last year. Last year she was in the finals of the French Open, shocked the entire world, came from nowhere. Got into two finals in 2024, and since then she has not taken her foot off the gas. Yeah, she had a shaky WTA finals towards the end of the year, but came back strong in 2025. She's not left any of the ATP tours before the third round. That's a good one if you want to look at tennis for a player. So I think she has come to understand that the clay court is one place that she can build on going forward. And Jasmine Paolini, whenever she starts building before a Grand Slam, she takes it by storm. And this season, Iga Swiatek is not the Iga Swiatek that we used to know. Even Aryna Sabalenka is not the Aryna Sabalenka that we used to know. She has been up and down, beaten by the likes of Yelena Ostapenko at the Stuttgart Open, where she holds very close to her heart. She won it in 2024. This year, she lost it to Yelena Ostapenko. Even the Australian Open, that we know that her favorite court is the hard court. And in the Australian Open, she was almost doing a three-peat. But you could see that Madison Keys, not really an exceptional Madison Keys in that Australian Open, was able to beat her. So I can.
But well experienced Madison
well
Keys.
experienced, but not really, not
not
the
exceptional,
kind,
of course.
not the kind I would say would blow off Arina Sabalenka, who had a good run too in the Australian Open. So I think if Yasmin Paolini can push a bit beyond her weight, then in the absence of Iga Swiatek, she definitely is the next person in the stage to win the French Open.
We leave the court of tennis to the speed lanes of Formula 1, where Lewis Hamilton believes his fourth place finish at the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix is a sign that Ferrari will soon be in a position to win races. Hamilton recovered from qualifying 12th at the Mola with an impressive Sunday drive, taking advantage of a virtual safety car and a safety car before passing Josh Russell, Alex Albon and Charles Leclerc in the closing stages to finish behind winner Max Verstappen and the McLarens of Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri, who finished 1, 2, 3 respectively. Let's keep pushing, he said over team radio after his first race in Italy for the team as he waved to the Tifosi. If we can get that qualifying better and we can race like that, then we will be winning. Not yet on the podium since he signed for Ferrari. Priye, any hope for this man?
And there is hope. There is hope. That's why I said it's all about the constructors when it comes to Formula One. It's all about what you do with the cars, basically before the season starts. So for me, I think, and definitely will build on their mistakes and they will see how they can make the cars better. And also for me, I think definitely he has the chance. He wants to be used to the environment. He wants to be used to the space, and definitely can build on that. Yeah, Max Verstappen, great guy. He's the guy in form right now, but that doesn't mean that Hamilton, with the years of experience and years of dominance, cannot come up and try to make something out of it. Fourth place finish is a good way to still
somebody
start
started 12th.
It's a good way to start rebuilding. It's a rebuilding process for him. It's a mind building process for him too. I think he can do it, but all he needs is basically he needs to work with the company needs to improve their cars and to see how they can make it better, try to improve on the technology and all. I think they can definitely push him, and he's already a good driver. You have a professional driver, an experienced driver. All you need to do is for the constructors to basically make it better.
Okay, anyways, I just want to add one or two to it. I think, it's a pretty good rise for Lewis Hamilton at this point, finishing fourth after beginning on 12th position. Yes, but I think he needs to understand that the race is way far beyond Ferrari at this point.
Why do you think
if he's
so?
going to be looking for a driver's championship, I think that's going to be impossible at this point because you can't beat Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri for McLaren.
Why do you think you can't beat him? Why do you think he can't beat him?
This is the fifth race in the season, and they have been blowing everybody away. Max Verstappen is an exceptional driver. That's the reason why you see him within that mix.
Okay.
Now, when was the last time?
So Lewis Hamilton is an exceptional driver.
He's an OG. I'll just call him an OG, a legend.
Exceptional legend.
Exceptional legend. But for now, the kid on the block. Anyway, he's not a kid. He's Max Verstappen at this point. When was the last time you had Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris not finishing on the podium together? I don't think we can remember any for any of the 5 races that have been. So if it's drivers' championship for Lewis Hamilton, forget about it this season. I don't think Ferrari, Lewis Hamilton can push that hard.
Okay.
But I think he can win a race this season.
But
he misses Silverstone.
Okay, but he can't win the drivers' championship this season.
No.
I feel he can. I think when it comes to this, it's all about making your next race better. That's hit about Formula One, making your best with that. So you start.
This looks like the closest he has come to since he signed for Ferrari.
So I think there's a huge possibility of him building. It's about building momentum.
All right.
When it comes to Formula One, any sport at all, it's about building momentum and working with your team. Formula One is a team sport. People always play around with the guys, the engineers, the guys behind the scene. These are the people that actually do the difference. The way they change your tires, the way you have your spare cars and all. They are the people doing the magic. So for me, I think if he can build on this, build on the psychic of his men, they can actually push for it.
And he has been pushing his men over the radio and, of course, after races. Lewis Hamilton, is he contesting for the Drivers' Championship this season, or you don't see the possibility of that happening? And how about that competition between Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri? Trust me, if you watch that race, you will not sit down for 1 second up until the end of the race. Maybe during those safety car period, you could want to sit down and catch your breath, but the race was something else, especially that overtaking. Oscar Piastri was in line to finish second, but Lando Norris, that was so technical.
The height of it all was even the overtaking of Max Verstappen, overtaking of Oscar Piastri by Max Verstappen. That was out of this world. Verstappen calculated. I mean, that guy is supposed to be a mathematician. He calculated clearly that if you miss it now, you have missed it forever.
Yeah.
And he did it, and that was how he. Don't let Verstappen get in front of you at any point in time, because if he does, he's the best defensive driver you can see.
Well, now where Bielsa Queens have received a cash reward of 400,000. Let me calm down my voice. Let me calm down. Let me reduce the volume. I can hear some players from Bielsa Queens telling me, relax. Lower your voice now. Why they shout out like this? Well, according to this report, they've received a cash reward of 400,000 naira each following their triumphant campaign in the 2025 Nigeria Women's Football League. Under the guidance of Coach White Tugbunda, the Prosperity Girls clinched the title in style with a commanding 4-1 victory over Nigeria Titans in their final NWFL playoff match held in Ikene on Saturday. Bielsa Queens finished top of the standings, securing 10 points from 5 matches to seal their 6th NWFL crown. In recognition of their achievements, the Bielsa State government has announced plans to host the team and officials upon their return to Yenugua. But for now, next up for them is a campaign in the Waffle Bay Champions League later this year with a vision to qualify for the CAF Women's Champions League. I don't know if any club, any woman club or women club for Nigeria where their player they receive up to 400k a month.
Is it salary or?
I mean salary. No, I mean salary.
But no.
They carry these girls play.
No.
400,000
is not even up to a price for a good phone, a cell phone.
My
Let's be very, very fair.
What's the prize money for the
24 prize monies?
Yes.
Is 24
point for the
10 million naira.
Is it 10 million
for first place? No, 24.5 million naira is the prize monies. Okay, they will now cut it down for first, second, so the first place 10 million naira.
10 million naira. Is it not fair? Because if we have about 30 female players in the Bielsa Queen setup,
and they collected
400,000 naira. That's 12 million naira. Look, it's bigger than
what big part the prize money.
So we should be saying kudos to the Bielsa State government. At this
they say they will host them. I think that's
and they will also host them.
Yes, so they are bringing monies from outside to add to what you have won. And
the money is poor. The money is really poor.
But just to be clear, the 400,000 naira each is not salary. I was just asking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's not their salary.
No, it's just their salary should be like 100 or sometimes even below.
If I talk what I know.
Whoever owns the club, which is Bielsa State government, I just calculated it for you now, because when you hear the 400,000 naira, it will look like the government is robbing these girls of what they have earned. What they have earned is 10 million naira. 400,000 naira. Let's say you have about 30 players in that setup, or call it 30 personnel in that setup, which is factual, which is okay, because you have
first 11
coaches, and the second 11, and maybe the doctors and everybody. 30 million naira, and they go with 400,000. That's 12 million naira. So the state government has done more
than what the organizers of the league have done.
Anybody at this point, poke the
organizers basically. I think for me that's the point. Sorry, we need a benchmark. We've seen what is happening with the male sports.
Yeah.
We've seen what they are pushing in England when it comes to the female sports, to female football and all. People are pushing for equality. People are pushing for improvement. People are pushing for women's sports to be there, up there. So for me, I think we need to improve the prize money. 400,000 naira is not even the biggest of phones in Nigeria now. Right now, with the current state of economy, it's nothing basically. Some people spend that money within weeks. So for me, I think we need to improve on the finances.
Okay, Chiobi.
We need to
That's
improve
the name of the chairperson of the NWFL.
We need to improve on it.
She needs to work.
She needs to work. But I think it's better than before. There was a point in that they did not even pay them money.
Yeah.
So for me, I think it's getting better, but it's still very poor. We need to make that very clear. Yes, 400,000, not that bad.
From the Bielsa State government,
that's from
not from the NWFL.
Yeah.
Because if you want to look at it, they might not earn up to that amount from the prize money.
The prize money, they may not.
Yeah.
So for me,
but when you break it down,
they need massive improvement when it comes to sponsorship. When it comes to branding of the league, needs to be properly branded. You have to say, for a simple question, you move around River State, you don't easily see the signpost of Rivers United or Rivers Angels. Even to the men, Rivers United and Rivers Angel, you see their signpost. You go down there to in United Kingdom, you see the signposts everywhere. The players are familiar. People are familiar with their players. You don't see it here. You're not selling. You're not branding properly.
It did him like saying, I want rocket science like that.
It is not rocket science because government are in charge. That's just the truth. And I think for me, basically, we need to improve this. We need to improve the system. When you improve the system, people will be willing to put in money. Individuals, private bodies cannot put in money in
when
a
they
place
are not
that's
seeing
organized.
the product you're offering.
They're not seeing what
know?
you're. How many people is even watching your games? How many people are buying your tickets?
I think
Are your games on TV? These are very important questions. How many people is willing to buy your jerseys? So when these things are not clear and it's not open, you don't know, you cannot give proper stats. As the season is starting now, Premier League players and teams know how many jerseys possibly they will sell across the world. Now, how many jerseys are you selling within your state?
Pray you're going so far.
I think
Calm down.
How many jerseys are they selling to us?
We need to even start from taking austerity measures at this point. It's not just, let's say, it's not just the organizers alone. It has to be everybody. Now, one thing with female football, even right from FIFA, if you study the status of FIFA bends the process. They always, if you check it, they bend the process to favor female football because they know that part needs to grow. And that's one thing that everybody needs to do.
Exactly.
Now, I'm talking from, I call FIFA because they are the governing body. So if FIFA can bend, why can't you bend? What I mean is, look at the United States of America. It's quite obvious that the female team are more productive
than the
but
male.
Cannot be compared to the male because the male side of football has already been inaugurated right from time. You understand me? So what did the United States Football Association do? They decided to take from the men, feed the women. That's the reason why they told you that we are going to pay everybody
equally.
the same. It's not because they are making money from the female side. It's because they know that side needs to grow. So they take from the men.
But wait for us.
Yes.
Wait, face it. Male football in Nigeria,
okay?
It don't even reach anywhere. It don't even reach anywhere.
Male football is better. Now, why Michel Alozie, that's one of the defenders for the Super Falcons, came out last week to say a lot of things. She said she's not happy with what's happening with the NFF because, number one, they have to wash their jerseys. That's why. Okay, the Super Eagles are not washing jerseys. We've
not seen. I saw that clip. We've not seen the full interview yet. When the full interview is out, we will know whether they are actually attacking the NFF or not.
She's actually attacking the NFF.
That's just snippets, though. That's just snippets. Because it looks like there's a cold war between the Super Falcons and the NFF right now. We saw clips of Michel Alozie talking, Naduzie, what's her name? Shola talking, and Rashida Ajibade was also part of that clip. But it's on a platform of a particular organization, which name I cannot remember at the moment. But they've not released the full interview, so can't really. Yes, definitely.
Decipher
exactly what with the direction they are going.
It's clear you saw the player state this thing. So now it's the job of the NFF. I just gave you an example. What the United States Football Federation did.
They know. See. For men football, yes, 200 million naira.
How much
200 million naira.
Good.
That 200 million naira, my brother.
Yes.
Don't worry.
If I'm the
NPFL boss,
I will tell everybody it is 200 million naira. But inside that 200 million naira, 100 million naira goes to the NWFL. After all, they are both club.
Now, what is now the work of the NWFL board led by Nkechobi? Because I can tell you authoritatively that what the influx, whatever you're seeing from the MPFL right now, is majorly what Gbenga Elegbeleye and his team at the MPFL board have done.
A lot of persons laid the foundation for Gbenga Elegbeleye.
What foundation did they lay?
No,
LFC where they disband.
No.
What foundation did they lay?
Don't look at it from that.
Which angle am I going to look at?
A lot of persons laid the foundation from the NFF, from professional players. There are so many.
What did they do? Professional Players Association. Where did they fight? Where they get 2 functions?
Hold on. We had people speaking about Nigerian club football, even when it wasn't going well.
We know they talk about women football.
Reliance, it is not still going well.
The little that you had.
Let's leave this part for tomorrow. Niger special edition of today's Sports Live. Hopefully Henry carries this part tomorrow, and we'll have time to discuss it because there's still a lot left on this bulletin for us to talk about. But that's the situation. 10 million naira for the winner of the league. 24 point something million naira total prize monies where they will share. There will be appearance fee for teams who participated in the Super 6. First, second, and third will also share this particular 24 million naira. That's nothing compared to what we get from the MPFL. 200 million naira for the winner. For the MPFL, I'm not even sure the second place team they collect anything. So there are many angles to this, but let's move on now. Victor Osimhen continued his record-breaking season in stunning fashion as he scored his 7th goal in 6 games to help Galatasaray secure their record-extending 25th Turkish league title on Sunday's clinical strike in a 3-0 win not only sealed the league crown but added to the Turkish triumph he helped deliver earlier in the week, completing a memorable domestic double for the Istanbul Giants. 25 league goals this season, moving 3 clear of his closest challenger, Başakşehir's Krzysztof Piatek, with 2 matches left in the campaign. There was a long banner, rectangular. Victor Osimhen, stay with us, not because you need to, but because you want to. Galatasaray fans.
Come on, that's not a league you want your best player to play. But good thing he has built something there. He has built history there.
Yeah.
A great one, but it's not something that anybody will wish for him to play that league. But you said that league is rigged. And I've listened to a lot of managers where they say you go there, you see some of the decisions of the coaches, and you say, come on, what is happening here? This match is fixed. No, it's a lot of question mark in the Turkish league. So it's something that will not end if we want to start that conversation. So for me, I think he needs to leave. He needs to get out of the place. Not just living. He has built a form for himself. He needs to leave that team. But you know what makes me go insane right now when it comes to what is happening in Galatasaray as a team? They have 3 very good strikers that can actually give you double figures. What I mean, they have Icardi in that team, they have Morata in that team, and they have Victor Osimhen in that team. And a certain English club do not have even one half leg of one of those strikers.
In that team also.
There's also Batshuayi in that team. Yes. They have 4 quality players that can at least give you double figures. This is when I'm telling you, Chelsea right now, they are crying for a striker. Arsenal.
Nicholas Jackson is
that one a striker. They are crying for a striker. It's not even a complete striker. He's a player that can play from the flank. He has been playing for the flank for Unai Emery for God knows how long. He came to Chelsea. That was when they started playing in that particular position.
Magui.
Who is Magui? The guy that just came from the academy of Barcelona. That's even injured all through the season.
They talk about quality strikers.
That possibly some of them are in their late 20s, early 30s.
They mention about players that can, small boys.
That can, you are rest assured that you get at least 15 goals from them. These are the strikers we're talking about.
As Nicholas Jackson scored 20 goals in a league season before.
Exactly. You can have a Morata.
But he has always had double figures.
A Morata in that Arsenal team. A Morata in that Arsenal team. The drama will be different. In the Premier League chase. The movie will be different. They have 4 players. Victor Osimhen in that Arsenal team. The drama will be different.
Say no more.
Icardi in that Arsenal team.
Say no
we
more.
are saying another different team. The kind of players
say no more.
So for me, I think it is madness when you look at that Turkish team and you look at the Premier League team that we are struggling to see people playing as false nine everywhere in the top team. I think it's madness.
Say no more, Priye. Let's move on. Victor Osimhen, the club fans are begging him to stay. What do you want him to do? He's listening to you. Now you want to do. Osas, let's move on. Let's move on. Osas. Let's move on. We don't have time anymore because we're still going to take calls. Let's go to the Dutch League where we had drama just about the last couple of matches to the end of the season. But first off, Francesco Farioli resigned as coach of Dutch giants Ajax on Monday, a day after the crushing disappointment of finishing runners-up in the title race. The club's technical director described the resignation as incredibly disappointing. Now, this is what happened. PSV Eindhoven won their second successive Dutch title on Sunday, being yesterday, surging from a seemingly impossible position in the closing weeks of the season to pimp arch rivals Ajax. A 3-1 win at Sparta Rotterdam was enough to hand Peter Bosz and his men the Eredivisie title, which culminated in one of the most exciting climaxes in living history. PSV had all but given up hope, that is, of the championship. With only 5 matches to play, 4-time European champions Ajax were 9 points clear and seemingly cruising to the title. In what was billed as a championship decider, Ajax beat PSV 2-0 in Eindhoven on March 30, and all seemed set fair for the Dutch giant to claim their 37th Eredivisie crown. But Ajax, hoping to bounce back from one of their worst ever seasons last year, collapsed spectacularly, losing twice and drawing twice to hand PSV the initiative. The penultimate match was especially painful for Ajax, with fate still in their hands. 1 point ahead of PSV, they conceded an equalizer in the 9th minute of extra time against Groningen. This 2-2 draw allowed PSV, who had won 6 straight games since the loss to Ajax, to leapfrog their Amsterdam rivals, meaning 3 points on Sunday was enough for them to have glory. You don't see the trophy for your hand. You don't see them. 9 points clear with just 5 matches left to end the season. They just needed 6 points from those 5 matches, and they will be champions. And that's where they begin draw, lose. And I could record the drama in the stadium when PSV fans were watching their phones. Immediately the equalizer came in. You see, because they knew that once that match was equalized, they just needed a win, which they eventually had yesterday to be crowned champions. And right now, PSV Eindhoven are champions from a seemingly impossible place. Football, they say, bring drama that even you cannot predict who wrote the script. In Manchester City midfielder Bernardo Silva delivered thin-veiled criticism of unnamed teammates by claiming that he knows who has been in the trenches this season and insisting something has to change. City faced a defining 7 days in salvaging something from this campaign by qualifying for the Champions League with victory over Bournemouth on Tuesday, crucial towards finishing in the top 5. Silva offered a damning assessment on the year after City's 1-0 FA Cup final defeat by Crystal Palace at Wembley and indicated the squad will be hit with a wage reduction if they don't reach Europe's premier competition. You learn a lot of things, a lot of new things in the bad moments. You learn new things. Silva said, who you can go to war with, first of all, because it's in the bad moments that you see who the real ones are. And there are a lot of things that were good for us, not to take things for granted, but for our fans, for the club, don't lower our standards. In a tough season for us, it's really bad season for us. Something has to change next year. It's for the big bosses to decide. I have my opinion, but definitely something needs to change when you don't perform at this level. We have two important games because qualifying for the Champions League or not can make a huge difference for the club financially and for us. I know we've got people used to winning every year and people demand this team to win every year. Football is a tough sport and it's not easy to beat these teams, especially in the Premier League. Like Palace, this team has a lot of individual quality. If you go and look around teams in the Premier League, all of them have 2-3 players that are unbelievable players. Our standard and our level needs to be very, very high to be champions again. And that's the level that we want to reach again.
Diminishing return, that's the word.
And he says that there are some...
The rise and fall of Roman Empire.
He seems to suggest that there are some players... He seems to suggest that there are some players who are not committed, like who are not giving their all.
It's not about them being committed. See, in every empire, you rise and you fall. Possibly, they just need to rethink. Maybe bring in a new manager. The man has done his bit. He has won Champions League for them. He has been with them for 4 seasons. It's very difficult for him to motivate these boys again. He has tried his best, except he's going to do a proper overhaul. And they don't need a overhaul. They have decent players in every sphere of the pitch, from the defense to the attack. They have Akanji. Akanji is in his late 20s. He's not an old man. They have the Ruben Diaz. They go to the front line. They have Alan is in his mid-20s. He's a very young boy. You look at Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva is not up to 30 years. These are young players. So for me, I think they have overachieved. Maybe they need a new manager to come, reject them, change their mindset. That's exactly what Real Madrid do. They'll keep in Ancelotti, take off Ancelotti, bring in Zidane, take off Zidane, bring in Ancelotti back again, take off this. Because they want to what? They want to redefine themselves so that they can keep winning. Right now, the man has overthink. He has done his bit for the club. He's a legend of the club. Pep Guardiola just needs to bow out.
Okay, Pep Guardiola needs to bow out. He said, but let's look at this point of the interview where he said, you learn a lot of new things. In the bad moments, you learn new things. Who you can go to war with, first of all, because it's in the bad moments that you see who the real ones are. Is he taking a swipe at his teammates?
Obviously, he's taking a swipe at his teammates. Even you that is seated there, you know that Manchester City, you have some persons that are high and some are low.
I thought he wanted to say he's taking a swipe at me as well. What else did I do?
So, you know, this season, we had a lot of players in Manchester City that maybe did not deserve their stay in that team. The likes of Ike Goodwan shouldn't have been recalled back to Manchester City. You understand what I mean? The likes of...
This is the way they talk. Kevin De Bruyne, the Vex, said they not give him a contract extension.
That's what I'm saying. Kevin De Bruyne had declined 2 seasons ago. It's not just this season. The decline started 2 seasons ago. So they should have thought of what to do concerning Kevin De Bruyne. So if you look at that Manchester City team, it's a team made up of some players who don't want to let go, who have not understood that their time is gone, and they should leave for the advantage of the club. That's exactly how it is. So I think they are in that phase where you have to take decisions with a big heart. That's where they are at this point.
I know Osas is a Barcelona fan. He's trying as much as possible to take Pep Guardiola out of this. Pep Guardiola has done the thinking. He has done his beats. He has won the treble. He has done everything in that team. I think he has done everything. He has overthink. Like motivating that players. I think even big kudos to Pep Guardiola for the past 5 seasons. Right. Big kudos to Pep Guardiola, 5 to 6 seasons. I think he has done it. The person waiting one may win a game and go space going. I think he has done everything he needs to do. So
he should step down.
Step aside, just go back and rest a little bit. You can change the league. Go to another team with new challenge. Right now, you have done anything you can do for the club. You have won everything.
Okay.
In Arsenal, record 4 Premier League titles.
In Arsenal, the coach of the side has promised. His name is Mikel Arteta, by the way. A big summer of transfers. Where's my bell? You heard that right. Mikel Arteta has promised a big sum of transfers to make Arsenal one of the Premier League title contenders next season. The manager confirmed at least 4 or 5 players will be departing at the end of this season. They include Jorginho, who is joining Brazilian side Flamengo, and the Celtic banker and Tierney. Lunis, Neto, and Raheem Sterling are also going, with Alexander Zinchenko expected to depart too. He said, obviously, we need players because the squad is really short. And on top of that, we are losing 4 or 5 players that are going to end contract and their loans are finished. So we need to be sharp, again, very disciplined in what we want to do and make sure that we are strong in the next season. When asked how big the summer ahead is, he said, finish the season, go to the beach and make sure the ones upstairs, that's the hierarchy, do what they need to do. He also vowed to give his life to winning silverware next season. He said, what I can promise is I will do my very best. I will give my life here. I will give everything. I will get every drop of everybody there is. Squeeze it to get the best. But promise, that's a promise silverware. I cannot promise. Not any manager is going to promise next season I'm going to win the Premier League or the Champions League. So, Mikel Arteta said we're going to the market with signing.
Sign people who don't sign Vieira. The way you sign him from Porto. Don't sign that type of player. The one that will pass through us now and won't see him. So, if you're signing 4 players, sign quality players. Don't sign Chelsea's leftover. That's what I'm saying to Mikel Arteta.
You want the food now.
Don't sign Chelsea's leftover. Sign quality players. Now you are seeing quality players. Until somebody grabs Victor Gyökeres, Victor Osimhen, and maybe Benjamin Šeško, then you will now go to Porto and take their leftover striker. You will not even look for Samuel Morodion. You will go and take a leftover striker.
Could this mean that it has been the board? What he's saying right now, because he said it's left for the hierarchy to do what needs to be done.
Conte will cry out, Mourinho will cry out. They'll make it obvious that the board are messing their season. They will cry out. A top manager will come, and Pep Guardiola will, with his body language, everybody know that this man is not comfortable with the system. You need to get players for the manager. I take an example.
I think it depends on the character.
When I saw Sterling, Manchester Arsenal going for Sterling, that was when I know that they were not ready to win the Premier League title.
Okay, let's go to the phone lines. 0817 000951 0810 951 So many talking points on the show today. It's Monday. It's always like that. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Noko.
Welcome to the show. Go ahead.
I think concerning Pep's matter, my opinion is that Pep is being now, they are now understand it's a pattern. I don't think that those players are that poor. If Van Dijk and Salah can still sign new deal with Liverpool, how come that the likes of Kelvin De Bruyne and Bernardo Silva are not still active? But when you watch the game yesterday, a lot of normal Pep, everything is being understood easily. You know what he's coming to do, and it is to change the pattern. Concerning Arsenal, it will still remain like this for a very long time because the spirit of
no for the copy.
Arteta will do until they wake up from this they are dreaming. I tap them nearly and near something 80.
Thank you very much for contributing. Arsenal fans will not like that. Hi, good afternoon to you.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Pierre and Ostas.
This is there's a name I want to use to describe it, but let me leave it. Favor from Iwofe, go ahead.
Yes, the Chelsea last one.
Akoko.
Thank you very much.
Akoko.
Talking about my ex team saying they want to try again next season as usual, try again.
They don't say they want to try again. Arteta said next season we are going to the market, we're getting players.
They will come and collect Rasmus Hojlund from Man U now. He's available for £40 million. Because I believe Man U will get Gyökeres. Chelsea will get Benjamin Šeško.
Man U where they find the lap. Man U where they find the lap.
But see, let me tell you, Arteta is not serious because I believe that it's not the board that is the problem. It's Arteta because January transfer, Oli Watkins was there for the grab for just 50 million or 60 million. Pay that money and grab something for yourself. You are saying he's the old man. But the old man has scored over 18 goals for Aston Villa this season. And your young players cannot do anything. So it's Arteta's fault. So
all right.
That one is their concern. As for my team Chelsea, they are doing something great next season. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for contributing. Hi, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon.
Welcome, guys.
Simon, welcome. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I believe some people will be Jonah in the boat of Arsenal. Just leave Arsenal or left Arsenal. Arsenal will win something next season.
Okay.
Let me just believe Mikel Arteta. But one thing is, I believe that Arteta is not the problem of Arsenal. I say this, Arteta is one of the best coaches. And he's one of the best handlers that will handle Arsenal with this their tricks mentality. So Arsenal board should bring out money to buy players. Now we are looking for quality strikers, not one, at least two. And in some other departments, even in the midfield, attacking midfield as an example, we need another person there. We need in the defense line. The reason why you beat up your team, this injury can occur. The reason why Arsenal lost league last 2 seasons to Man City is because of not having enough fuel in the tank. Even this season that just passed, at the time the whole front, all of them were managing.
All right. Okay.
So the coach will not kill him.
Okay. Thank you very much. Your points are well documented. Hi, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Talk to us.
See, let me just go to the Arsenal matter.
Please
me,
do.
I don't think Arsenal, the Mikel Arteta is serious. Because last season he
Has he not declared war? He has declared war against not signing players.
Last season he signed everything that he needs. He said, I'm okay with the player I need. When he get to have a job, the player get me declared, it was okay. Even they give Arsenal the higher player for this one, nothing for them. Mark my word, nothing for them. They will go to the lowest number.
Now, cause have been a prediction, have been a prophecy.
See, I'm Daniel, I'm professor to them. They will
Hey,
not get anything.
Daniel the prophet.
Nothing.
Thank you very much. Daniel the prophet. Thank God say you don't come up from Lions Den. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, please, welcome. Welcome. What's your name? Okay. Go ahead.
Abadashina. Like I said, I know the tell us everything we know. Because I don't know either that Arsenal board, I don't know either the Nigeria people did there. Because then we'll see you right thing, they don't go see do. Then we'll do wrong thing. Then after then we'll tell another thing.
So even you, if you see right thing, you know go do.
If I see right thing, I will do right thing because my name.
Which country are you from?
I'm from Nigeria, but
okay. So why did you now say you don't know whether Nigerians? So that means even you follow. If you see right thing, you know they do.
If I dey in power, when I go do things right, I go do them.
So if you want to talk, you classify say you don't know whether the Nigerians in power. I mean, no be so.
I hope say na Nigeria man dey in power basketball.
All right.
That one aside, and then Akaras, he gave me joy. Like yesterday, and then I congratulate Bayelsa United.
Bayelsa Queens, please. Now the Queens win up. Don't be United. United no near anywhere.
Sorry.
All the United this season, I don't even know what they're wrong with them. Aqua United, Bayelsa United, Manchester United, all the Uniteds.
No, only one United not good though.
Bye. Which United we good? Which United?
The women own. All the man own. They're not for them.
All right. By the way, Chelsea women's team did a domestic treble this season. They won the FA Cup. I think they defeated. Is it the Manchester United that they defeated? So they did a domestic treble this season. That's talking women's football also. Edo Queens are paid equal to their male team. Yeah, that's true. Thank you very much. Reliable. Did you say next season FC wants to sign Victor Osimhen? I did not say so. Now you talk that one. No. Champions of the leagues are already known. It is predictable these days. For example, if Arsenal are on top of the league from beginning of the season till when league matches remains 5 to the end of the season, I can easily predict that Arsenal will never carry this league. I can easily predict that Arsenal will goof and dash the trophy to either Man City or Liverpool with even 2 matches remaining. Michael Newmont. Yeah, that thing we have been talking a general statement too. Now I've been talking, of course, not be only for Premier League. Now you don't kind of go pin for Arsenal ahead. Okay, now you sabi. All right, lost that call. Duo to call back and squeeze in about 1 or 2 more calls before we're done here. Let me look at the SMS portal and see what we have. Okay. All right, so I did promise to give the Ligue 1 result this afternoon. So let me do that. It ended Lens 4, AS Monaco 0, Lille 2, Reims 1, Lyon 2, Angers 0, Marseille 4, Rennes 2, Nantes 3, Montpellier 0, Nice 6, Brest 0, Paris Saint-Germain 3, Jose 1, Saint-Etienne 2, Toulouse 3, Strasbourg 2, Le Havre 3. Anybody there? Oops, okay. Last caller, let's do it in 30 seconds before Queen's takes over. Hi, good afternoon to you.
Paul from Aba.
Okay, Paul, you're the last caller for today.
Yes, I want no problem about that. I want to say about Arsenal. Arteta should go leave that club. They are not doing well at all.
So
5 seasons now, if you want trust, one FA Cup trust. It's not a good improvement. You should leave the club, and let another person try.
Okay. Thank you very much. Arteta, leave the club, let somebody else comes in. Reliable reliance. Leave the live studio. Leave Mike 1, make Queen enter read news for 4 p.m. And now waiting I want. Me, I dey obey. Maybe Arteta know they obey. But now waiting me, I dey do right. And now waiting I want to do. So sorry, I can't take further calls because Queen Chima is here for the news updates at 4 p.m. Reliable reliance Sudan remains my name. Tomorrow 6:30 a.m. Sport Attack makes a return 3 p.m. Today's Post Live, the Niger special edition of the show. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening, good afternoon. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Queen Chipman. A chieftain of the People's Democratic Party PDP Chief Body George says those who cannot abide by the rules and regulations of the party would be thrown out. George said this would be one of the key decisions of the National Executive Council NEC of the party when they meet later this month. According to him, most politicians in the party were only interested in their personal gain and showed little or no interest in the well-being of the people. Speaking during a television program, the elder statesman said the neck of the main opposition party was now ready to take decisive actions which would see the PDP return to the party it used to be. It might interest you to know that the PDP, which is supposed to provide strong opposition to the ruling All Progressives Congress APC, has done nothing but fight within since after the 2023 general election. Some members of the party have lamented the party's inability to punish members even when they publicly declare that they are working for the ruling party while in the PDP. The new Nigeria People's Party has apologized to President Bola Tinubu and the ruling All Progressives Congress over recent verbal attacks on them by the party's 2023 presidential candidate, Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso. The party warned Kwankwaso against further using its platform to attack Tinubu and the APC, saying the former Kano State governor had been expelled from the NNPP. In a statement issued, the NNPP's National Publicity Secretary, Ogini Olaposi, disowned Kwankwaso's comment, stating that the party has formally severed ties with him and the Kwankwasia movement he leads. He clarified that Kwankwaso no longer represents the NNPP in any capacity following the formal termination of the Memorandum of Understanding between the party and the Kwankwasia movement. Olaposi emphasized further that the NNPP, under the leadership of its founder and chairman of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Boniface and Nyobunam, is committed to constructive national development and not to reckless political attacks. The Nigeria Bar Association says it would establish an anti-corruption committee in each of its 130 branches to address corruption-related issues. The chairman NBA National Anti-Corruption Committee, Babafemi Badejo, made this known in a statement in Lagos. Badejo said that the NBA National Executive Committee at its meeting in Ilorin recently passed the motion for all NBA branches to set up an anti-corruption committee mandatorily. The chairman added that the NBA, under the leadership of Afa Musigwe, a senior advocate of Nigeria, had already put in place the NBA National Anti-Corruption Committee earlier this year. And on the foreign scene, the head of World Health Organization has urged countries to adopt this week the pandemic agreement aimed at preventing a repeat of the COVID-19 crisis. WHO member states are holding their annual World Health Assembly, a gathering of the UN Health Agency's decision-making body. After more than 3 years of negotiations, the text of the agreement was finalized by the consensus last month. The United States pulled out of the talks following U.S. President Donald Trump's decision to trigger the country's one-year withdrawal process to leave the WHO. The agreement on pandemic prevention, preparedness and response is expected to be adopted by the Assembly. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you so much for listening. I am Queen Chima. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race with deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
All stands, greet.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. You're welcome to Jagbajantis High School. My name is Sound Sultan, your new mathematics teacher. By the way, do you understand Pidgin English? Yes, sir. Okay, now what we go use henceforth? Okay, carry your paper. Them for my class. People of this world, them plenty. Sins of this people, many. So many. Many times plenty, multiplier. Many times plenty, multiplier. Multiply the answer you get now waiting they make woman they cry. The answer you get now waiting they make rich man they mess and leaders they lie. The answer you get now waiting they make young boys and girls join party gang. Answer you get now waiting they make innocent man rot inside the jail. Get it, and then no need to grant a bail. Get it, oh. Everybody, join Jagbajantis, we solve mathematics. We did about our continent, so Oyinbo say mistakes of mathematics. So follow Jagbajantis. So ya carry by be for brotherhood. Love your neighbor as yourself, oh for objectivity. Be objective, D for democracy. M for modification. Our behavior, let's stand to the same. A accountability. If you've been a chop, hey, I beg you take come easy. S for solidarity. Oh my shell. We enter new millennium. Nigerians like 120 million. More gone. 6 billion. 6 billion. Divide that 1 by 120 million all together. Oh yeah. All together. The answer you get now waiting they make people they jar. Answer you get now.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome to the platform on radio on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. My name is Lucky Maxwell. Good to have you. We have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's a Monday, 19th May 2025. Now, for breakfast, people of Rumolumini community in Obiakpo LJ shut down Ignatius Ajuru University in protest over alleged marginalization. Hey. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. For lunch, you know why I laughed? We don't like doing things well in Nigeria. Everything want to cut corners, want to cheat. That's the result. Huh? For lunch, youth of Akpo Kingdom expressed concern over growing rate of illicit drug use among young people. And for dinner, FCT Minister Yesonwiko rules out possibility of contesting against President Bola Tinubu in 2027. I thought we should be talking about policies and programs, not about who wants to contest, who doesn't want to contest. With this one, give me food. Let's go further. For lunch, for breakfast, let's give the details. The people of Rumolumini community in Obiakpo LG of River State have shut down activities at the Ignatius Ajuru University of Education in protest over alleged marginalization. Today FM Uchendu Ejo reports that the aggrieved Rumolumini people, comprised of largely female participants and youth, who bore placards with different inscriptions and made tents with raffia palms, including cooking pots, to block the major entrance of the university gate, denying access to both staff and students. The Rumolumini youth leader, Felix Chinda, who addressed newsmen at the protest scene, claimed that the community had been marginalized by the institution in several ways, including employment and contracts. Chinda, who said they gave out their landed property in exchange for employment and other benefits, expressed concerns that despite several letters and meetings with the management of the institution, nothing good had ever come out of the process, particularly the just concluded employment in the university.
During employment, the institution never carried the Rumolumini people along during employment exercise as a host community. This place, our mothers, our fathers, this is where we farm. And we gave the land to institution where they approached us. And in turns, we expect that we will get employment in place of giving our land, our farming, our rivers to these people. But during employment, they don't employ our people. Any VC that comes will employ his people, his community, his friends and relatives, his in-law, leaving the host community behind. The community approached the school before this exercise. Several meetings were held with the Council of Chiefs, the Highness, the opinion leaders in the community to see how employment opportunity can be given to Rumolumini people. But all the effort made, nothing happened.
All right. Let's go further. Felix Chinda also accused the Vice Chancellor, Professor Okechukwu Onuchukwu, of not carrying the host community along as it concerns employment and other things, the way he stated it, but diverting opportunities to their allies and threatening that they will not vacate the gate till their demands are met. The question I want to ask is, what was in the MOU ab initio? How have they been relating with the school? How has the school been relating with the community? How has the community been relating with the school from the onset when the school started? Over time, what has been the relationship? Do they have community liaison officer? How transparent are things? Does the people have qualified people that if they say, oh, they want to employ, can be employed? Of course, everywhere we have people who have gone to school who are also qualified. What has been in the MOU, ab initio, before they came? Now that they have blocked the gate, is it not also affecting their own children who are from Rumolumini who school there, or some of them who are staffs, probably who have been employed before, who work there? Is this the best approach to handling this particular issue? Uchendu, please, we need you to help us give us more details. Yes, good evening. Oops, we lost our call. Please, 0810-9510-951. 0817-0000-951 are the numbers you can call to be a part of the conversation. If you're also affected by this, you're a student, you're a worker, please join us. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, Robin Maja.
Yes, you asked a very critical question. But again, the man who spoke that you played the voice, you heard him now. He said they've been holding several meetings with the highness, opinion leaders in the community. And none of those promises have ever come to pass. That is to mean the community have made efforts to sit down with them, to look at the books. They should go and operate according to what they have in the book. And they have been deceiving them. This is a cry all over. Is it supposed to happen? How can you live by the side of the river? Now you use a spittle to wash your hands, according to Kunkwa. That's exactly what is happening now. All over, not limited to that school. Everywhere companies operate within the Niger Delta, within Nigeria, this is what we go through. People cry and shout. The purpose with which not reap the benefit is unfortunate. Let's see how it's going to end. Good afternoon.
Yes, go ahead. Good evening.
Hello?
Yes, please. Please, can you speak up, sir? Please. Thank you. Hello?
Can you hear me, sir? Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
Go ahead.
This is Lucky from New York. I'm calling on behalf of the that is happening in
Can you speak up, sir? Can you speak up? Please, can you call back? The call that just dropped. Please, can you call back? Keep the calls coming in. 0810-9510-951. 0817-00-951. All right. Uchendu, thank God you're here. Come and tell us why Roma Alumni people are quarreling that they have not employed them. They have not given them contract. What has been, what is in the MOU? Ab initio. What has been the relationship between the institution and the Roma Alumni people all this while? Has it been cordial? Are they saying that they don't have people who are working in Ignatius? Or they don't have students who, they usually give community quota? Even if you have zero, give the person admission.
Maxwell, from their protest today, they try to open our eyes to know that there has not been a cordial relationship between the host community and the institution.
And they have been quiet all this while.
And they said they have been living by this system. They say suffering and smiling. In the sense that every year they will promise them, don't worry, we'll do it. This is what happened. That don't worry has kept reoccurring.
But let me ask, what's the big deal in terms of employment? You have people who are from Rome Alumni who have gone to school, am I correct?
Of course,
who probably attended the Ignatius, right?
They are.
So what is wrong with saying, okay, give us 30 people, give us 50 people? If they write the test and they fail, they have failed. What's the big deal there?
Actually, if I tell you that there's no Rome Alumni person as a lecturer there, I may be lying.
Because I know one.
From my investigation.
Although it's late now, I know one.
If I tell you that there's no one Rome Alumni person as a lecturer, I may be lying. Or casual staff. Their protest is coming, their demands are coming in different way. Okay. One, the only people that are lecturers there are people who submitted application like every other person. And we are fortunate to secure the admission to secure the employment.
No community.
No community compensation to say this set of persons, because you passed in 20 persons must come from Rome Alumni.
Okay.
Maybe they are 100. Even if the 70 pass, this 20 must be the other 20 will be on the general note.
Okay.
There is nothing like that. And I understand that there is no proper documented memorandum of understanding between the two communities. All they have been doing has been within the man talk to man, later meeting and all that. There has not been, in the midst of that meeting, a proper documentation. This is our MOU. Something you must do on yearly or monthly basis.
Uchendu, you are aware of the time of Golden and all that. You know the crisis that
happened.
Was it part of it? Or it was just for Saipem?
No, it was for oil company and those multinationals, all those construction companies.
So they were not concentrating on...
they were. Then that school was like, what is there now? College of Education then. So what is there? They feel that they wouldn't need anything, but now government attention has been thrown in that place. They now see the need for them to. That's when they realize.
You know why I'm asking this question? Because some of our communities make mistakes. You know, if you check some companies who are in the Niger Delta, check the executive level. There are people from other places, and for you to attain that level, the executive level, the managerial level, you should have gone through one training upon training upon training. Some of our communities, we don't prepare our youth for these positions. You get what I'm saying? While other people from other areas are probably preparing their people, they go abroad, they do Harvard, they do Cambridge, they do Yale.
They prepare them for rainy days.
For these managerial levels. It's not something you just wake up and say you want to be there. My friend, you will break down the whole system.
Of course. So, and I think that is the fears of the Vice Chancellor.
Now, when you go to Saipem and Co., you see some of them are helpers, welders. The people who are at the managerial level, do they have two heads? That's the question I usually ask. You get what I'm saying? The registrar, like, in the case of Ignatius now, registrar, VC, deputy vice chancellor, admin, this, bossa, and all that. The people who are there, do they have two heads?
But most times, I also blame most of these companies and institutions too. There would have been a way of compensating these people to shut their mouth from even this agitation that they are making now. If you think you as an institution, you are not doing what you are expected of, and then you try to use some areas to amend it, do you think these people will have the guts to come and say you must employ this number of lecturer from us? You must give us this number, and then part of it is there are some casual staffs that they promised that they were going to during this employment. Since they already is like if they are casual lecturers, they've been doing the work already. So if there's employment, you should consider those people now, especially when they are indigenous.
No, they are the first set of people you should push into
consider,
the system.
especially when they are indigenous.
Yes.
You also,
because they are already aware of the runnings of the system.
And then you cannot come now to say, oh, there are new people that we don't know. They will bring down the system. They will bring down the system. They've been working for you under casual 2, 3, 4 years. Yes.
They have casual lecturers?
There are people that, yes, now. There are
not
people
non-academics.
There are people that not non-academic. There are people that are assistant lecturers.
And they are on casual?
Not fully enrolled into government salary.
Are you kidding
them?
Me?
Yes, they are. They cannot tell us.
You have a point. Someone social appointment on the phone. I didn't tell her that we're going live from there.
So, they
are such things that they exist in that institution, and then they even threatened to even sack them after this employment. After this employment that they are just about to conclude. After this employment, that they are going to sack them. That has been the threat. But thank God for, maybe, should I say thank God for this protest. Yes, finally the management of the institution, some military personnel, DSS, police, accompanied the management. And they went to the palace of the paramount ruler. Yes, they are locked.
Why are they carrying DSS and they are scared?
They are locked. You know, this is an emergency room.
Okay.
So they are here to maintain peace. So all these security forces.
But why is it that they don't like doing the right thing? They now want to maintain which peace? When you cause trouble, you now want to maintain peace.
So they have dialogue. They have agreed. They beg the community to pull out. That they are going to look into their demands and see what they would do immediately. I think the community. I just spoke to them now, and they are just leaving the protest scene. Based on the agreement they've reached.
We also hope they will keep to
We
the
also
agreement.
hope that they will keep. Because, you know, Nigerian people, if they live there today, they will forget about what happened yesterday, tomorrow. So we hope that they will keep to their words, that they are going to look at those areas. Some of us are not saying they should actually enroll those who are not qualified to be a lecturer.
Pick the qualified ones.
Pick the qualified ones. Give them community people. We are picking the qualified ones. 10 persons from your community. Qualified ones will be non-academic. There are some minor contract that you are not supposed to give out. How can you give cutting of grass inside that environment to an outsider?
No, that's not right.
It's not right.
You give it to people. You give
within
it to
the community. There should be able to handle. How can you say qualified person should come and sweep the school
those
environment?
You can give it.
You
to
can
the
give it
community
to the community people. You understand? By so doing, you may have been employing 30 persons, but that school is large.
It's large.
The number of persons that should be sweeping there should not be more than 15 or 20 persons. You have employed 20 persons from their mothers or their sisters, and then 2 persons doing contract of cleaning the place, cutting the grass.
That one is just common sense.
Are you telling me that to thief sand, that each time they are doing contract there, that somebody from other community will come and
community
these are the things you do, but from their complaint, it's like these ones are coming from friends of the heads who are even from outside the state.
And it's like the VC is also aware that they are guilty. For them to go and see the paramount ruler.
If they are not guilty, if you are right, you should use the legal means of getting what. But I think they know they are wrong in society. That's why they have to go and see the paramount ruler to say, "Don't worry, we have seen your complaints. We'll look into it and do that." We hope, like the award, we hope that they comply,
because that's the truth. They don't like doing the right thing.
There was a time the people came up with this kind of thing.
Yes.
They went there also to ask them, this employment, they have a campus at Ndele. This employment you are doing, and you took vast land from our people, where we farm, where we do this. We are no longer doing that, and you are making use of it now. Don't we have any? We hope
they will also do
them too will not borrow leave from their sister community to also do something.
Thank you. You'll give us more details, of course, when they have done the needful.
Of course.
All right, feel free to join the conversation. Why is it that we don't just like doing the right thing? I mean, why? These are simple things. From the explanation Uchendu has given, I was even thinking the community, they just went there to block it. But from the explanation, it looks as though they have been marginalized, really, because you can't tell me you don't have qualified people. I mean, I know someone, although he's late, who was teaching physics, very brilliant, very intelligent man, from that particular community. But he's late now. Yes, good evening.
Hello, are you hearing me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, yes. For all I know, citing a school, a university of that nature is like a company operating in an area. And before a company will take over an area of land as their operational base, there are these criteria the company will having discussed with the community.
Yes.
So before an area, before a portion of land is given to them, they must have, reached an agreement, and that is what we call MOU, Memorandum of Agreement. So it is not, this is a document written, well prepared. In order, the community will have their copy, the company or the school will also have their copy. Now this is like where you will always go back to lay hands upon. If anything is not going well here, if the management of the school is not doing well, in terms of, marginalizing the community, or if the community is also not doing their own part, then each party will call the other party now to order. This is what we signed, you. This is what we agreed upon. Why is it that we are not doing it now? Why is it that we are trying to pull us from what we had earlier agreed upon? So,
all right, sir. Thank you.
I believe that they should go back to their MOU.
All right, sir. Thank you. Well, from what Uchendu said, there was no proper MOU from the onset. I think, I think I've treated this before. Our elders, the way they, when they are meeting with organizations, what do they think of? Is it just snuff and beer? They should be thinking about the future, because some of these issues, our elders actually did not negotiate well. They just negotiated for what they will eat that day. And then as time went on, civilization has come, the youth have come up, their eyes are open, responsibilities increasing. They now say, so now this kind of thing will miss, not knowing that an elder just told them, just give us walking stick and snuff. Yes, good evening.
Hello, Maxwell.
Yes, sir, go ahead. Hello, sir, go ahead. Hello, sir. Oh, let's go over to the next story. Don't worry, I'll do a rundown. The President General of Akwa Youth Assembly, Wali Azubike, has expressed concern over the growing rate of illicit drug use among young people in Akwa Kingdom, describing the situation as alarming and destructive. He called on the real estate government and the NDLEA to take urgent action to curb the menace and protect the future of Akwa youth. Do you think proper sensitization of citizens, especially youth, will help curb the use of illicit drugs in our society? What do you think is the foundation for this? Is it lack of job? Were we having this kind of scenario before? Good evening.
Hello, Lucky Maxwell.
Yes, Robin Major.
Yes. Please, educate us. Can you tell me one drug baron that has been sent to jail in Nigeria in the past 10 years? All those they tell us they arrest at the airport, coming back from Canada, from Britain, going to Malaysia, returning, all those ones they catch. Mention one drug baron that has been sent to jail in Nigeria here. It's a problem. What they are doing is window dressing. There is a distributor, and this thing goes back to the community. It's just talking about that area. Everywhere in the whole River State now, you are everywhere now. Tell me a community that there's no drug. Look at the way our young youth, both the girls and the boys, look at the way they look. Look at the way they operate. It's drugs. I wonder how we are going to do about it. Because everything they do is correct. Nobody goes to jail, no consequences for any crime. Good afternoon, Lucky Maxwell.
Thank you very much. Keep the calls coming in so we can go over to lunch. Then I'll do a rundown of all the stories so I can open the phone lines. You call as you like, but you have 30 seconds too. And then please start sending in your messages. I'll take them all. Start sending in your messages to 070-1933-9962. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
My name is Everett. I'm calling from.
All right.
Can you talking about the drugs? Plenty in Abioko. See, until they stop all these dump sites where this was saying, if you enter those places in the early morning, you see the kind of drugs where those boys are taking in that dump site. It's terrible. Even you yourself will be afraid to even stand there for 1 hour, because they will change their character as if they want to bounce on you. They should reduce the number of dump sites in Abioko so that they can reduce the number of people taking those drugs in Abioko. That's my take.
All right, thank you. Please keep your calls coming in. We'll take one or two, then we'll go over to Gina. Gina is politics. Politics that is not helping the economy. Just politics of consumption. All right, let's go to politics, right? Good evening. Yes, please, go ahead.
My name is Maurice.
Yes, please.
Please, I want to these drug people, the ones at Casablanca, what are they doing? What is government doing over it? It's getting too much. Go there, all those boys and girls there in Casablanca area. You see them sleeping on the road. All of them are into drugs. They sell it. So government should do something about it, please.
Thank you. Now, the Minister of the FCT, Yeso Wike, has ruled out the possibility of contesting against President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 general elections. This followed after the minister stirred political speculation by urging his party, the PDP, to zone its 2027 presidential ticket to the south. This move led many to believe he might be preparing to run against the president. However, in an interview with BBC News Pidgin over the weekend, Wike made it clear that he had no such intention. The former River State governor insisted there was currently no opposition candidate strong enough to challenge the president successfully. Addressing the ongoing political crisis in River State, Wike denied reports of a feud with suspended Governor Sim Fubara, whom he described as his son, and insisted that he harbored no personal conflict with the governor. All right. But the issue is this. He doesn't want to run in 2027. Should people even be talking about running for 2027? As in, for instance, what has been the achievement of anybody who says he wants to even run for 2027? Should people even come out in a sane climate, in a sane environment? Should people under this kind of economic situation who have served in previous offices, you have looked at what they have done in previous offices, should they even have the guts to come out to say they want to run or not want to run for 2027? He also said there's no opposition candidate strong enough to challenge Tinubu in the next election. Do you agree with him? Are we living in a one-man-owns-it-all system? Good evening.
Lucky Maxwell, I am back again.
Yes, please.
The one he told us before, he will not associate with a party ridden with cancer. And today is in the center of the headquarters of the cancer. And the one he's talking about now that has not happened, which is deeper. The same man now, he told Nigerians he has no business with cancer party. Today is the head of the cancer. It's in Abuja. Just like you ask, I expected him to keep telling Nigerians the gains of this APC-led government that he is serving under PDP. That nobody. The election of 2027 is not APC. It's not a Tinubu, President Tinubu, and either candidate of PDP or any other party in that matter. It's Nigerians against APC-led government. Let all of them defect to that side. The poverty and the hunger they are giving to us, the killings, the Tucano Jet they bought and they have seen the Tucano Jet and Nigerians are being slaughtered every day kidnapped. Young children are in the bush in a village here. The FCC minister has never talked about them. Children who are going to write exams, they were kidnapped and they are still there. You are telling me about 227. God bless you, Lucky Master, your station. I remember the Margaret.
Thank you very much. Please keep the calls coming in. The FCC minister talked about the fact that no one is strong enough to challenge Mr. President in 2027. Is that true? Does that mean Nigerians should just give up and say, the man should continue? Good evening.
Master.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Unido. You see, the governor of Rivers State, former governor of FCC minister, he has said his own mind. He knows quite all right that he cannot contest with Tinubu on 2027. So he has said nothing but the truth. And he cannot even try it because he's working for APC. He cannot be in APC and want to contest with Tinubu at the same time. Nothing but the truth. That is what he has said.
All right. Thank you. Good evening. Go ahead. Oh, what's going on with the course? Good evening, go ahead. Yes, please. All right.
I still have this picture bothering my heart in this country. Although let me not go into weekend assessment. The issue of 2027. Nobody will take the See, what has changed from 2027 to 2027? Political structure wise. What has changed that makes somebody to believe that he will do an equal being an APC member, being someone like a member? What has changed? The next chairman was appointed by him. I don't want to go to the judicial and other ways that said it go to court. But what I want to say to you is this. We can, for me, everything. You think he's feeling politics, but he's feeling for his political career. Mark the word. The way he's going about politics, I don't think he just finished his political career. Forget about presidency for him. He cannot contest. And if he contests, he cannot even contest.
Thank you.
The way he's going about politics, he just finished his political career.
Thank you very much. Let's do a rundown of all the stories quickly. All right. For breakfast, people of Rome Alumni community in Obiakpo shut down Ignatius Ajuni University in protest over alleged marginalization. When are we going to have a halt in this situation where people complain that companies or institutions within their area marginalize them? And then youth of Akwa Kingdom expressed concern over growing rate of illicit drug use among young people. What is the government policy on ridding drugs away from our society, including the big men who are into it also? And then for Dina FCT Minister Yesuke rules out possibility of contesting against President Bola Tinubu in 2027. He also talked about the fact that no one is strong enough to contest, to stand against President Tinubu. Do you agree with him? Is it that Nigerians should just give up and then move on with their lives? Diplomatic Niger Delta man says, Maxwell, if Rome Alumni community have people who qualify for the job, let the management give them the job, because marginalization is not good. As for Wike, it's only a confirmed politician will understand what Ian Wike is going. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you forget about it. All right. This one says, this is not part of... okay. Yes, good evening. Yes, please, go ahead.
Maxwell, do you know why I say this? We forget too quick in this country. Hey, let me tell you, what happened with Secretary? If God is able to come down and judge the nature of the Secretary, a lot of people in office today will not be in office. Nigerians know what I said. Let everybody from the bottom to the up to bottom. If God is okay, let me come down and give Nigeria for example. A lot of people in office today, in the name of whatever, will not be in office. And our administration, what you say, coming together or whatever, what has changed for 2023 in the political structure? It still remains the same.
Thank you.
And there's nothing anybody can do. They require you to court. What has changed in the system? Let me take. Oh, why do we think? Let me hand over to whoever to hand over.
All right.
Yes, let me do the way they do it. What are we not talking about? I don't know. I don't know.
Thank you. Lucky Maxwell, the man of the people, good evening. Nigeria has been coerced into sycophantic system. Yes, so Wike is a victim. All right, Mazi AK. What do you mean by that? The use of hard drugs among our youth is so alarming when a boy of about 17 years is walking like a Palestinian prisoner being released by Israeli after starvation because of no stamina. They should try, but they should, and their own predict their... Abraham, please write the correct message now. This thing is not making sense now. Yeah. Message D-E-R-E. No, now. The protest by Rome Alumni came too late. There is no university, industries, bank in the world that don't give slots of employment and contract to their host. VC saying the employment and contract is based on merit is an indictment to him meaning he's responsible for their marginalization. As room alumni should not leave the gate until the right thing is done. In fact, they should protest for the sack of the VC because he's their problem. A plot of land there is over 20 million but was given for free. So her people can benefit employment, contract, and free education. But the reverse is the case. This is the height of deliberate wickedness by the VC. Keeping casual staff for 20 years. Even Satan can't do this. Jerry, thank you. All right, good evening. Yes, go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Master.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay. This one where our brother, they talk to nobody could get power to withstand Tinubu. Yeah, they're surprised for this kind of talk. I don't know whether him now don't become God, though. I don't know. But what I know is that God has his own plan. We have our own plan. When it is time, that rigging no go work again. You understand? That rigging no go work again this time. Maybe we're not going to die for hardship.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead. Good evening.
Good evening, my brother, Lucky Master.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Is a record doing well from my forum.
All right, sir.
What I want to contribute is concerning the area of drug, because our youth is the Gen Z of now. The way they are thinking into drug. I don't know what our CLA is doing about it, because every street now they are selling drug like tom-tom. They even have their contact. If you need it, they will come there and give it to you, which is so alarming. And this drug, why is gaining more momentum is the dealer. They should do the NDLA should go after the dealer, because if they protect the dealer, if they can handle the dealers or those pushing in this drug from our airports, from our seas, at least to be released, to come down somehow. But if the dealers, they are not doing anything, the smokers will still be going and be buying, but let them tackle it on the root.
All right, thank you.
That is what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Good evening, go ahead. Yes, please. Hello, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'll be designer from Port Harcourt.
All right, sir.
I want to ask a question. Is the Wike the spokesman of APC? Or is he the spokesman of Tinubu? Do you see, these people are just using Wike to do their campaign. And you don't know. And I'm surprised why PDP are keeping mute. How can you be in another party, serving another party, and still campaigning for that party? Are you telling me that PDP have now degraded to the point that they are now lesser than committee of friends? Even if they cannot stop that, can't they suspend people that are playing, okay, well, what I have done 2023, we forgive everybody. Then this presenter, let us be serious. Anyone that's going against this should be suspended. I'm not even after whether people will go or nobody will go. But it's not supposed to be from a PDP person. It's a shame to PDP. Shame to them.
All right. Yeah. Do they, for Nigerian politicians, do they have shame? It's a shame. Shame, they can't press away, no get shame. Hey, you're talking about Nigerian politicians. They don't have shame now. So, all the shame catch you for where? No shame again. Good evening. Yes, please. Go ahead.
This is Akuku from Apokeche.
All right, sir.
Let me go for the comment of FCT Minister. Listen, Maxwell, we know him. Even when he become a governor, he said he's not contesting for governor. He's dragging for the right for Messi to. Nike cannot tell you something in the morning. You believe that in the night. No, it's not the type of people who can believe in talk. He was able to contest. That's why he said structure. He still remains in PDP to contest with the three. Who told you that we don't have a strong opposition? Strong opposition, but the people there don't know how to play game to score goal. Not to play dream, but to score goal is problem of most of them in opposition. That's the only thing. Nike wants to contest. That's the problem.
All right. Go ahead. Yes, please.
Maxwell.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
This week.
Your name, sir?
I agree that he's not. He will not. You understand? He cannot say he wants to run against Tinubu in 2027, but not out of loyalty to the man that he's serving, or to the institution that he's serving, or to the party, or to Tinubu. It cannot be. It's not out of core loyalty. Neither is it out of contentment with what he bought, because he understands that it will be suicidal for him to attempt it. He understands that as a politician that he is. That is why he will not try it. But you asked a question whether we are even supposed to be talking about 2027 by this time, 2025, when there is nothing on ground to show for how long you have been there. You know, it is only in Nigeria where you start campaign after election, immediately after election, and yet they tell you that there is a law that stipulates when you are supposed to start campaign. But in this time in Nigeria, we know that even though it is not official campaign starts immediately after election, after somebody takes office. You begin to plan and begin to talk and begin to discuss and strategize for it. Even if there is nothing to justify your stay there, not to talk of coming back. It's a pity. Thank you, Maxwell.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, good evening, Maxwell.
Yes, please.
This is Honorable Chris Justice. When I was in the village, I have somebody like that. Anytime I go do work for that man, they ask me to come in the morning. I'll come around 5 o'clock. That's the kind of people. We know many of them. Is he not the same FCC that I told us that when we saw his poster, we called him, are you running for primary 2023? He said, no. They know their agenda. Those people are the serious makers. We put in post of Abuja. So we have them in my village, and they will know how to deal with them in the village. If he owe you, if he said come in the evening, go by 12, you go catch them.
Thank you.
So we know them.
Thank you very much for your time. This one says the drug guys are everywhere, and when the agency in charge takes his job seriously, the drug guys will be on the run. On the minister's statement, you will only believe him at your own peril. He will surely and pretentiously run in PDP as a spoiler with his humongous wealth. Kanu, thank you very much. Hi, Max. We cannot run 2027. I asked, does he have a party to run? He knows that there's no specs for him, and he cannot be president of this country. He can only be used to destroy PDP. Eric, thank you. Evening, Ms. Maxwell. The FC minister is only showcasing how selfish he is to the people he thinks he represents. The statement by him clearly shows that he is only for the people of dictatorship, and I am the one that call which you... Okay, Mr. Caleb. Okay. I'll do that. All right. We're running out of time, so that Mazi can take over. Yes, good evening. Yes, please.
Hi, off my radio.
Yes, off. All right, sir.
Somebody asked, I want to talk about what the our current Minister of FCT said, ex-governor of River State. Somebody asked the question before, one of the callers. You know, I agree with him, with the FCT minister, not because whether I agree in the area of no need of anybody contesting. Not because people will not like to contest. But even if the whole world contested with the decide to contest with the Tinubu, which INEC will conduct the election? Is he the one that they will tell us go to court? So the truth is that they have already, the only thing that can stop these people is God in heaven. If something happens to any one of them, which we are not the owner of our life, that is the only thing that can stop. Or maybe somebody go incapacity, that is the only thing that can stop any one of them. If not, all this that we are doing, we are just speaking grammar upon grammar. Nothing will happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please, go ahead. Yes, please.
Yeah, it's Timothy. I'm calling for
all right.
Mr. Maxwell, I will tell you that the president is the luckiest man so far in political terrain in Nigeria. because NWK would have been the only man that would have wrestled power with him and bring him out of office. If I take you to memory lane, you will see even Juan Pasto said it, that the person that he was scared of in that last election was NWK, that they were happy and they were joyous when PDP denied him of that ticket. You know, at the time we begin to think where it is a plot between these so that maybe Sasa won't have good River State, because Wike was so strong. And one thing we have to understand is that if you and Wike is doing something and you based on the agreement, it does not contravene. As long as Tinubu has not done him anything wrong or contravene from the things they both have agreed, he and Wike will never fight against Tinubu.
All right.
Now, I believe what he and Wike said. My name is Chimadi Kamfai for the movie.
All right, thank you very much. It says again, Max, if the minister, his principal, and that corrupt infested INEC allow free and fair elections, President Tinubu would be gone by the current situation. All right, thank you very much. GVM Wike said the obvious. Check the interview of Professor Adango, former Chief Justice of the State. You understand Wike's argument. JJ, this one is not part of this thing. No. Is not part of it. All right. That's what you can take on the show. Mazi, come and take over, eh? All right. Stay with us and don't go anywhere. We have so much for you after waiting to happen, the news, what's on your mind, area talk, eyewitness report, the thrill. You have so much. Don't go anywhere.
Resolutions are made, but always made with lack of vision. Imperfection is the order as we keep seeking solutions. Only God can solve this mathematical equation.
Thanks for your contribution. Now, any more questions?
All stands, greet.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. You're welcome to Jagbajantis High School. My name is Sound Sultan, your new mathematics teacher. By the way, do you understand Pidgin English? Yes, sir. Okay, now what we go use this for?
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Search for your next dial.
Turn the dial and turn up the thrill. We are not in the same league. We are rewriting the rules. Here on Today 95.1 FM.
We talk, you listen.
Hello, my people. Are you ready for an electrifying experience that would send shivers down your spine? Welcome to the thrill. Hold on tight as we dive into the hottest highlight tracks that will make your pulse race and your feet move. It's not just a show. It's a musical and talk adventure that would leave you craving for more. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the thrill. 9 p.m. only on Today 95.1 FM.
Wetin dey happen late? They say wahala be na this one wahala be like bicycle. They just Wetin dey happen? Now for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, bomb kwem. Now here you go here. Wetin dey happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we dey bring you ogbonge story them, we go shock you. You go wonder say na person do like this. Now so we dey bring am come give you acid the hot. Now where we dey find way to sweep this country? Don't run. You go stay blood. You dey chapa. You say this one. No worry. When time I reach, I will say I want to. Make I see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go open gate for them. Now me go be get man at that time for airport.
Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku and MC Kuro for Wetin dey happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say woman dey chop our recharge card woto. I don dey tell una say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy Wetin dey happen. Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss am at all.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM in 60.
The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, in collaboration with the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, has launched a non-resident bank verification number platform to ease access to financial services for Nigerians in the diaspora. The Bureau of Public Procurement, PPP, has revised its procurement thresholds for ministries, departments and agencies, MDAs, as part of reforms to streamline processes and improve budget execution. The World Bank says the petrol subsidy removal has not fully translated into expected revenue gains for Nigeria, as only half of the proceeds are being remitted by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and NPCL. On the foreign scene, central banks in key African economies are getting set to line up with other emerging markets in coming weeks and cut interest rates where inflation pressures are seeing reduction.
Today's news in 60. In 60.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
The load one. So if where you say you know like or where you want them to correct now the issue from the 2023 elections where you say they're supposed to zone the presidency to the south, the load one. Yes. So if they correct that one for the upcoming 2027 election and they zone the presidency to the south, you will contest again to the president of Nigeria?
I don't contest again. I don't contest.
Why?
Why will contest? Why will contest against somebody where they work with?
That means say you support President Tinubu for the next term and you believe say you go win.
God, now who go win them now? Person will, you see, is there for opposition. Opposition they show impunity. Opposition they do arrogance. Now ruling party they always they do impunity and they do arrogance. Say with their power. Person when they for power then they do arrogance and impunity. And when they pay me when I say they threaten. Make I ask you, who did there? Achiko Udenwa, who be former governor of Imo. You don't get one assembly member. You don't get one national assembly member. You don't even give him party 3% of the vote. He dey threaten. Sabegu, who be former governor of Ebonyi. You don't get one assembly member. You don't get one national assembly member. You don't produce governor. He dey threaten. He dey empty. What did they threaten? We want them produce governor, produce national assembly, produce house of assembly. We never tell it. Now you want to get anything. You don't even give your party 3%. And now don't tell us that if there are no goals like you talk, if they zone the thing to south, make the zone first.
Wait, I don't understand. I want to ask a question. Is it that people ask my question first? Is it that in Nigeria now we now produce people? Wait. Yes, we get what they call election. ANEC go come produce election. We go now vote. Everybody go vote hand. This one to vote. Then ANEC go now final do it, talk their result of who win election. That means that is the people that vote this thing. Eh? So now we now produce people. I hear my former governor Nakarom. Is that what is telling us now? We they produce, so no need to do election now. Because I beg, our former governor, because please produce the next governor of River State, produce the president of Nigeria again. How can I say, as I say, no go work against them? That means you don't produce them already. So never, any need to conduct election again. You don't hear and say that they produce, how they produce people for us.
So is it, when you say production, it sounds like a bakery or a factory?
Yes, now that is what they produce for you. Now
sounds like a factory.
That is why Nigeria is like this.
Oh really?
That is the reason why Nigeria be like this. Wow. Because how they produce, you go for to somebody. They're gonna produce their own to give you.
Okay. So
have you seen it now?
Yeah.
Have you seen it? Have you seen it?
I understand your plight now.
You have understand
your plight.
Look at it now.
Yeah. So, but
if vote teacher, that means your voting is not accountable. Is not accountable.
So let's imagine that this whole if you don't vote, you pay 100K
and they want to blame law.
You go to jail.
You will go to jail if you don't vote.
For 3 months. Is it 3 months?
6 months? Yes. And how many million thousands you have to pay if you don't vote?
Where the people's vote?
Yes.
No count.
They want to make a vote
mandatory. No, it's called mandatory.
They want to make a vote mandatory.
It's called mandatory.
So how much when they finish making it to be mandatory, they now produce the person for you. So you vote now when you finish voting, your vote now it's just wash away like that. And now they now produce the one that they want for you. So what is the need of waste our money? You waste our money to produce election.
Okay, so you feel like they should just call the names?
Yes, just tell us who you have produced already now. We don't waste our energy.
It's a production thing.
It's a production business now.
They should go to Abad.
So you produce House of Representatives for us. They produce Senator for you. They produce local government chairman. But produce anything for you. So no need. Why are we wasting Nigerian resources?
It's a production thing.
All right, so Nigerians, our country people, thank you very much as you join us for today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. If you just join us this program now, waiting they happen that Ogbonga time they bring your bonga to them, we go shock you, go wonder, say na person they do like this, now so they can give you as in the what. Person the young voice here, my name na Mazi, Ike God, Ike Wachuku, Ike Wachineke, Wachuku Tramani, Shwe Karabama, we want to try to give us fun better. If your man come out to say make him try and make Greek country people make move sharply.
Okay, country people, have fun now, waiting they happen now. My name na MC Kuro, they call me the king of weddings. Anywhere we wedding they happen for the city, outside the city. If you look very well, you go see say na MC Kuro where they there. And they always talk this thing, say Pekin where they carry for back, they know see the journey far. We don't come radio, more on gist on all the story and all the production and the non-production where they happen for our country on our wedding. Yaga.
The producer. And the producer.
One assembly member. You know the one a national assembly member. You know produce governor. He dey threaten. He dey empty. What did they threaten? We want them produce governor, produce national assembly, produce house of assembly. We never tell it. Now you want to get anything. You don't even give your party 3%. And now don't tell us that if there are no goals like you talk, if they zone the thing to south, make the zone first. When we get to the bridge, you know how to cross. But the zone first. When the two play wayo, and I don't think this is their wayo. Now you go kill them.
Normal people.
Ozol. So you don't hear them now say, he say make them zone them. So now the question of that follow now say, if they zone them, Agam, you say you no go contest. You hear when they talk them? You say no go contest. Actually, they ask them there. You go contest for PD for the president.
He's not interested in that.
So now PDP. Now,
is it
so,
PDP?
Yes, PDP. Now, PDP. Go to PDP. PDP now decide they say they want zone their vote to south. Their presidency, sorry. They want zone the presidency to south. Oga, you there for PDP. And PDP say they want zone and back to south. And you say you support southern president. And you there inside that party. So that means you no go support the interest now where they don't talk and say they want zone up to south. Or here in a column, is that what you are telling me? Kolo. Is that what it means now?
No.
That means you no go support the party again. Or here now, is that what my uncle is telling me also? All right, thank you very much. I could remind you, say we're there for Facebook. Can I go for Facebook today? The question. All right, and on our Facebook. Can I go for Facebook today? 95.1 FM. Look inside there for Facebook. You go see waiting they happen. Drop your message. When time reach it, we'll go take them. Again, you want to see us alive? You want to watch us? Can I go for YouTube today? 95.1 FM live for YouTube. Make you watch us there live and direct. If you my friend for Facebook, Karamu go look for me there for Facebook. Mazi Ike God, Ike Wachiku for Facebook. Look inside, you go see what's in the happen there. The video there live. Drop your message. Any place you see them, we dey take them. Better make we remind you say official disclaimer for this our program here. We dey discuss serious matters
seriously.
We not that serious at all, no. So you when they hear us, make you not take this thing serious because if you take Nigerian things then serious, one day you sure why you go fit to get headache. So just so make we use in jacket, just laugh or pass the whole thing. As the thing just they come like that, they use and they laugh. Nah, actually, the thing you go to fit also. From there, we no go fit to get IBP. That thing where you hear so now this is CB, no be person name. So as we they laugh, they enjoy. So don't come out IBP for our side. They come out one day. Move sharply. Hello. Happy New Week. The production and the producing and the voting, processing the product. Yes, I have. But we don't enter. And we say we don't start. And make we just look inside the story and this is them. What don't happen since we live when I come out here. Kuro, you don't drive past. You don't drive past that. You see that place where they build the 5 houses for Airport Road.
Okay,
Taft
Estate. Yeah.
You don't drive past there.
Yes, I have.
You know the inside AC.
Yes.
You don't drive past it.
I don't even get AC, sir.
That's good. That means breeze they blow you well from outside.
I work with natural breeze.
One day when you drive past that place, how do you do now?
Well, sometimes, although not be every time, but sometimes when I drive past there, Man, the dustbin where they gather around there. It's too much.
Hi. One.
That dustbin. They are done the like dustbin center now.
How they fit to remove that? You know they're possible.
No, it's possible now.
I know how can they remove it?
It's something. If the government wants to do it, they can do it now in a twinkle of an eye. That's like not even a project. Something they can just do. It's something a local government chairman can even do.
My brother, do you know that people that are living inside the room making, now them be the men, they smell, them be the smeller of that smell there.
Okay, they are the receivers.
Thank you.
So people where they even stay there, I think they to affect them.
People where they around there, I said the thing.
They blow.
They blow, they come this side.
They blow now.
They even smell them on top of the quarter. So imagine from that distance, I just smell them. The other day, who me and them follow? Who they smell them for the quarter there?
Oh, wow.
Hey.
But government really need to do something about them. That thing don't, not be today, that thing done.
No, they do for this side before. Before that side. Before the shifter come this side. That's what I don't know how they take to stop that side. You know people like the pity. People will go stay for that place.
That estate.
No. In fact,
no, they get this in pollution absorber now.
Why? How? For where?
They'll plant it in the estate. So when the smell wants to come to the estate, so it will guide it.
It will guide them.
Yeah, it's called pollution absorber.
Thank you.
No, you they teach us about absorbing.
Make una go do something about that. Remove it. All possible. Brain sorted. If they feel cover them.
But is there no waste to wealth?
There's something not happen good in Nigeria. That was not there for Nigeria sense to even think of whether they use waste to produce anything. That place alone itself, if it produce electricity, you know the heat where they come out today. You know the heat where they come out from that. That thing itself, biogas will come out from there.
Wow. And I don't hear free idea of free.
Nigerian government cannot think. Technocrat. In fact, they come and tell you what the technocrats don't do. Okay, I'm going to buy you make enter inside the story until statistics they make leave that on the side talk. Okay, the first story here I don't hear them from the FCT minister. They don't throw the question and ask him. This one on for weekend. The way in hold press meeting. Press briefing with BBC TV. Nigerians don't react. Okay, make we leave that one first. Make we first enter this FCT on. The minister of the FCT, Capital Territory of Nigeria, will be next on weekend. He don't clear say he no go challenge President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for 2027 election. He talk say if the People Democratic Party, if they zone their presidential ticket, go the south, well, and make them wait till they reach the bridge, whether they go fit to cross some. Information don't they talk say if the zone am go the south, waiting in go do. So what thing you think is a Wike want for PDP? Here I'm saying na him bid the PDP. Okay, never read that side when talk. He say na him bid them. Say house where you bid, you go live and come up for stranger. Say now your house be that. Say now your house be that. So this your house. You not like it to be president. What will be the work of opposition party? Nobody to come collect power for the current government. So now PDP work. What can be the work of? What can be the use of PDP now? If Yerishi don't talk, say him make him watch, make them zone and come south first. So if the zone and come south, you go want support your party, make it be president. Or make your party bring out somebody from the south who will be president, you go support them. So if you know they support your party to achieve something, what are you working in there? What is your aim? One tell us. If you know the idea, if you get the suggestion, or maybe they don't tell you from back door, waiting this discussion, or waiting they carry us go. Where PDP still there alive like this? What are now? PDP, it be like a toilet tissue where they don't use to finish throw for one side.
Is that not the biggest political party in Africa? Was it then?
Before
no,
now.
they used to say it like they're the biggest political party in Africa.
I said they say don't die.
Okay, Mazi, on this particular issue, when Wike been won presidency, waiting happen.
Nothing is a make them do open ballot now. They open them. Person will go to challenge you. He no say the way to no be.
So now waiting the first time we one time PDP no give them.
Not be PDP no give them. Now he no win the primaries
based on one or two.
No be one or two. Now politics.
One or two persons will step down.
He no play the politics well now. Who you go blame Okwano now?
This was Tamboa.
Yes, you too trust your friend. You believe in your friend. So the politics, he say na interest.
So
now he talk am here say politics na interest. So that was the interest of Tambuwal. Interest of Tambuwal, no be him.
So now we in don day now we they can sample they say okay, may they carry the thing.
They even talk say yes, may they give am. Make PDP carry the presidential ticket to say, go take it.
And he say he no go contest against Mr. President.
Yes. So now what been work inside
you
PDP
don't even
now?
expect him to single contest against Mr. President.
Because
for now he loyal to the president.
Good. So what is his work inside? PDP now.
He work for PDP now just to observe. Yeah, he's an observer in PDP.
Yes. From APC, or is it observing for APC?
He's observing for APC. It's about me. Okay, when they get INEC observer, the APC PDP observer inside PDP. So the truth be said, we not to expect much from him because in they work for the current party, in they work for the presidency,
yes.
And in don't talk say no, if he challenge the president. So waiting would they expect?
So that means
and PDP now no go fit expel him from the party.
So that means what be the work? So PDP now they useless Morgan.
I know if you say then they useless, then they useful in some states.
How are they useful? They cannot contest election to win president. So what is their work?
No, but they are useful in some states.
For where? For which state?
Other states
to produce what again?
To produce governors and councillors.
Is it the aim of every political party?
I think there is maybe allegedly a coalition that is coming up. And there's a collabo where we're hearing speculations like that. Article Obi, we heard a lot. We don't hear 110 or 2. So, Mazi, let's see.
Okay, and thereby, when we open phone line, I go tell us what did you think
remember
about
Erufai too. Another party might spring up.
So what do you think about this one? Ingo remain for PDP, whole PDP tight there.
Where won't go?
Or PDP, Ingo work for PDP for the PDP don't join body with APC now. What this kind of politics is it not confusing you?
In the PDP they work for APC.
Okay. I'm gonna make you leave that one. Come on, make we enter the next story here. Can you go to this one? Now this one will break a camel back. He break a camel back. If I did they try to fix assist, a camel back no green straight again. Nigerians don't react to Malcolm. I don't know why Nigerians on the moon. If they bite you for body, if they bite you for not just rest one place. Nigerians hey, people. Person not go drink water, drop a cup, and I go pick. Hey, see where you keep the cup. You not go even spit for ground. Hey, that spit don't touch for ground. Why? What is the problem? Got to somebody. Is somebody bigger past mistake? One. Or anybody that is bigger than a mistake? Or anybody?
No.
So that means for government is supposed to get perfect at every time. Government is supposed to get perfect.
At every time.
At every time.
I know we'll say yes to that.
Because they use taxpayers' money to get the best quality hands to work for them. If you look at Donald Trump,
I think there's no perfect government anywhere.
As Donald Trump enter, you see the kind of people we bring to come put
but
people who be technocrat, original technocrat.
Doesn't mean they are perfect too. But normal things where the society where people supposed to get, we supposed to get out.
When somebody tell you, you go bring this person is a technocrat. What do you expect for that person?
Yeah, but you know, if you expect the person to give 100 now.
Even the person supposed to give small, fairly small.
You go get close to A, but you know go get perfection. Perfection they hard though.
So why Nigerians they attack the government of Nigeria like this? Small thing they don't attack them.
No, they are pained because even the small things government never feed them.
They attack.
If to say government now feed give lights, give like better water, make people say some communities don't even get water to drink. So you see all these simple things where we say for other countries the thing no be luxury. Now for they look like saying a luxury. So the people it's small thing they vest Nigeria.
They provoke.
The small thing now. You get the way you used to talk to Nigerian man if he slap you.
Okay. Ngwande hear what Nigerians don't provoke now. Nigerians don't call. The Nigerians they react. They call for them. Nigeria call for them to sack the presidential media aides. Nigerians don't call us, make them sack the presidential media aides. That is the people who they in charge of our president's media handle. Say make them sack people where they for that media handle. Because they don't do mistake. You know, say they always do mistake. That make I ask whether the technocrat where our president bring come. They know the technocrat again or again. What will be the mistake when Nigerian government go make, or maybe the media handler of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu Twitter handle will be the S handle, or Twitter. And the one we know be that S people go confused. The Twitter handle of Mr. President. Person where they handle him. Is it that on Mr. President and noticing a president the type of those things because he don't talk, he know they go there.
They've insulted the hell out of
so not be obviously not be president they handle them.
Doesn't have any business.
So not be president they handle them. That means that
He's
somebody
just doing it for the Gen Z
now somebody
generation.
they type them. They type things where they see there. The person don't go do mistake, he go type another thing. Nigerians don't spark fire. Wait till they don't go type. Don't forget to say president been go Vatican. To go for the the new Pope. Pope Leo, the number again here. Number XIV. I'm not coming home. I don't know what it means. They write the Pope Leo number XIV. Okay? You know what it means?
That's 14.
14. Yes. The Pope of XIV of number 267th Bishop of Rome and the head of the Catholic Church. So our president go there as they do mass to welcome him inside in office. The president been there and I see the video everywhere. Our president wear suit where people still they complain. Even they complain about the suit for yourself.
No, but why would they do that?
They don't complain about the suit.
That suit was really nice. Look at the suit.
The suit is nice.
Yeah, look at it. Yeah, that's
how can you say this now?
Yeah. The president is looking good.
No.
I know.
Look at the hand now. Look at the hand they fold now. Look at the hand they fold now. No, that is not fitting.
This is
now.
not a Gen Z. No, this is for the fathers.
No.
This is for the father.
Our president, they are supposed to bring designers to come sew am inside the house.
He does not want to waste.
The thing go fit him, but
you don't want to waste Nigerian people money.
Yes.
So they are trying to cut costs.
No.
This suit now made in Abano.
Oh, no, yeah.
Nigerian bridge.
Ashe, that thing is international. So they don't complain about that one. Even somebody say, why president no can? You know, see me now. I get a bad head and they cover my head. Some people don't ask, why they cover your head? Why they cover the? Don't worry now. Don't tell you reason why they cover my head. You know, see, say president, it always they wear cap. But this sort of president can't come out cap. Can't see it this way. So president, that's your head. Is it the? So people don't talk. Some people say, why they not wear a papa's cap or bowler hat? And I waiting to go with suit. He come wear black glasses. He can't resemble the dawn. Better. Well, now the dress test be that for our president. Where the main issue, where the main where don't shell here be saying When the president arrive at the Vatican, he gets people who will host the president for dinner. So they come put them for the presidential to handle. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu arrived in Rome, Italy on Saturday, and shortly after the arrival, Tinubu shared a photo from the Vatican, including image from the dinner he held in his honor. And so they put them for the Twitter handle. In the post of the official X handle for Mr. President, they write him there, say he was hosted to the dinner by Pietro Parolin, a cardinal and the secretary to the state of the Vatican. That's not the person who hosts our president be that. So they put the picture there for the Twitter where the president sit down with the person. Well, fact check, Nigerians come go discover, say, oh, how our president go make this kind of mistake? Person when you sit down with them, when they host you sit down the show, you don't know who him be. You don't know his name. Say the person where president sit down there, not be him be, the person where they put here, Pietro Parolin. Say not be him be the secretary of the state of the Vatican. Say the person where president sit down there, say na cardinal. Say the cardinal host them, and the cardinal name na Ferrari, again. Now the name of the cardinal. So why the media handle of the president go post another person, say now the person where president sit down with be that? They don't know the person. Hey, they say it is a national disgrace. This kind of anybody go make this kind of mistake? Is it a technocrat mistake?
Maybe because if I start to analyze this time, this particular...
I not as make you hear what all of us get to think about this one, because this one, you break a camel back one, I know.
It's on the man on a massive. Ya mere m jiri na-eri nri akwọrọ aka nke na-edozi ahụ n'ime ite ji porridge ntinyecha azụ ntinye yabasị ose na ogo tupu m tinyezie nut cube nke ga-ewepụta ọmarịcha ụtọ dị na nri m ka ọ bụrụ eri amịcha aka. Ndị be anyị chetanụ na nke onye riri ka o buo. Tinye akwụkwọ nri na-ama pokopoko na nri gị niile, werezie nut cube mee ya ka ọ bụrụ eri amịcha aka. Rie nri na-edozi ahụ taa.
It is an incontrovertible fact that the future of power is solar. It is becoming increasingly clear that solar is the way to go if reliable, clean, and uninterrupted power is our goal. Our homes need power, our offices need power, our public buildings need power, our lives and activities need power, and of course, I mean reliable power. Now, at the Solar World Electric Technology Limited, we have cut our teeth as professionals in the business of solar and renewable energy, ranging from inverters, lithium-ion batteries, solar panels, solar water heating systems, solar street lights, etc. You can visit our office at the basement, Market Square, GRA Phase 2, Port Harcourt, or our website on www.solarworldelectric.com, or you can call us on 0906 331-5492. Solar World Electric Technology Limited. We are redefining the limits.
Please listen to this announcement. A sachet water factory at Rumikini has the following vacancy for the general public: an experienced driver, salary 80,000 naira; motor boys, salary 50,000 naira; factory workers, compound assistant, salary 50,000 naira. For further inquiries, call 0705 941 5760. 0705
All right, so Nigeria's country people, thank you very much. As you see down there, they listen to Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Yeah, if you just join us this program now, waiting they happen. I'm person they hear voice here. My name is Mazi Ike God. Ike want to here with MC Kuro. We don't bring plenty to the Congo. We still inside the one who president the people for the media handle of the president. They go post another person picture. They post the person where they post the picture there. They tag them for another name.
Yes. Well, now error be that, but what you understand, be say errors still they happen. You understand, but another thing we say at that level.
Which
When
kind
talk
of error
about
be that?
presidency at that level.
Kuro,
the
or the
person where
possible that me, I could sit down with you, you host me. I don't ask you what be your name.
You know whether the person they handle in the Abuja day for one corner, they maybe not go make mistake. Maybe person follow them where they do all those posts, no follow them travel. But you supposed to understand say you they handle the 001 of Nigeria. And Nigeria, we pride ourselves saying that we be one of the biggest. In fact, you see when
and this is not taking no class.
You see the pictures lately when presidents reach Rome. You see the kind of presence, the kind of reverence where people, the kind of respect where they give out. You understand?
No, I use this one to spoil them.
Because
they go read this thing. The Rome people go read and say, hey, look at Nigeria now. Rome, they read this thing.
But he don't delete them, sha. But
they don't delete them.
They don't delete them.
They delete them.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. They don't delete them.
After the thing, they don't go everywhere. Everybody does say they can't delete them.
They don't delete them.
What the shame?
Now make the go tell you say
I'm shaming.
They say to err
is to forgive.
Is human.
Okay, it's to human.
Yeah, to err is human.
It's to human.
To forgive is divine.
It's to divine.
So they'll be like nobody's above mistake.
Yes,
we're all humans.
It's an error.
Yeah, it's an error.
So
it's a technical glitch.
It's a technical.
That's it.
You are putting the language.
It's a technical glitch.
It's you put them in the way it's supposed to sound. It's a technical.
Or we're trying to. If now bank they say we're running an upgrade on the system.
It was a technical
system
glitch.
upgrade.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to buy a sharply make you look another story here before we open phone line and give you now. This one get as he be as he get to. I am a quote to have a share man can now. But before we go enter that one, make you first
two sad stories.
Two bad stories. Them here no good at all. Report to talk to say they don't catch one man. We set in house a blessing. I believe so not be him build that house. Possible.
Do you know how much is the bag of cement?
You know that enough it build house. Oh yeah, you know how much they send nail. Let about to talk of wood.
Mazi, just to do small table and chair, they call about 70,000 naira.
You know what to put roof.
Jesus.
Makwana go the roof ceiling no.
Jesus.
Hapo go do na man no be enough it build. On your monkey. Put these two people together make a floor.
Okay, it's off and I'm on a collabo.
Yeah, if you not make any noise, he never hear belem. Oh, Chineke, God, makwana henge ju no emena. Come on, keep quiet. Waiting these two people who don't in fact to put the two of them together flog. What to make tell you what the first person don't do. Report to town said they don't catch one man. We set in house ablaze. You know, just burn the house alone. In wife and in children. He put them inside there, burn them. This one happened for Sisioma for Abia State. What be the problem? They say the man that they provoke for his wife. Say wife they cheat on him. They cheating him. Okay?
They cheat on
him. They cheat him. They cheat on. Okay, they cheat on top him. So the wife they cheat him, and the wife not agree make food for him.
Try.
This is it excuse. Say the woman they receive call or say I come make him go make food. The woman they leave food where you gonna make it. You go to receive call from a boyfriend and other people. The man say no. We don't get the children. Pack all of them. Put his house. Put a fire. 3 children. 3 children. The other 2, they survive. They struggle to see whether they go survive. The wife, they struggle whether they go survive. One of the pikin don't die already. When the video when I watched, I cannot feel watch the video. They burn the pikin total. They burn and finish. Is it to think that something there wrong with the man for head?
Yeah, obviously.
You know the normal.
Yes, obviously the man is mentally unstable.
You know the normal.
So the man is because why you go burn the house where you they stay for this kind of hard condition? You know, only burn the house. Normal. You can't burn your wife and your 3 children. Mazi, the man does finish one generation. Nine be the truth. The man does finish one generation.
It's not.
It is very sad. It is very unfortunate. I don't know why things like this could happen. If you see somebody where you feel say maybe now your relation, she say don't they behave in a funny way. Maybe don't go take drugs. Sometimes now hard drugs. Stay very careful about report.
They're very careful
because those
people go to know they do my wife, my husband, my make I manage them now. Make I manage them.
You know they manage person we head this.
But no, yeah, we person that get to score. But you know manage.
What mean of score?
Score now.
What's that?
When not to lose for the brain, not the balance again.
Is that the meaning of score?
Yeah, score.
Okay. Is it in the dictionary?
Yes, so check the dictionary of the is one ever. Make we hear this one.
Man, I can't help. No, I don't see video the girl. Now him I go video. And I begin to come collect something for your hand. It's happening right now at Swale Market. This man, when you they see so, they're sending sister begin to come collect something for your hand. For both, he forced the girl, a virgin small girl of 14 years. Force the girl, rape the girl for Swale Market, for inside local port. They happen right now, beg. Man, I can't help. No, I don't see video the girl. Now him I go video. And I don't go spoil the girl reputation. Now him I go video. When police come, I go allow them to collect the girl picture. But for him I go video them live boat. Now he be the manager. Hello?
You don't hear that one, this one, another monkey. 50-something years old man. You know, just another pikin, no, in sister pikin. Where they send message, they send cover the girl mouth to carry them inside boat to go the price the girl in London. Which kind jail term you think say this man deserve? 14 years old girl. You say he scatter this girl body. Onya she the konyama. Onya this one he head correct too. He head no correct.
And then they thought that I say the man wife just born. So.
Hey, wife just born.
Wife just born.
When you sure the hammer, he had no good.
Oh,
he had no good.
Because imagine say your wife just born, you still they go browse another person in London.
Pikin, your sister Pikin itself for no be another. Your sister Pikin, your Chineke. Yeah, you see that this man is not well.
It's
which
sad.
Kind jail time you think you said they go pronounce
and
for this man?
Happen for Bayelsa
for Bayelsa here.
Chai, for Swale Market, Bayelsa.
Why these two things? Just this one happen for Bayelsa, this one happen for Aba, and we dey inside Port Harcourt.
We did the center.
Just happening between us. Okay, I'm going to buy you. Make and give you. Make follow put on a voice for any of the story them there. West Street, you don't hear the first story. They don't bring a call. Give you. How I hear she want. Don't talk. Say Say well, make them zone the PDP come. Make them zone president to come south for PDP. The question of the ask there. I say waiting been work inside PDP. When say no go contest and you no go give chance. What did you think about them? And again, the second to do, don't bring away the Nigerians on the other say make them sack the people where they handle President Bola Tinubu tweet we handle as they go name another person will host our president instead of another person. They say and him be the Secretary of State for Vatican. But they be the person who host our president. They don't know who hosted them. They can't show the name of the person who host our president. Again, we don't hear the two to read these two or what to read them. Where man don't go brass 14 years old girl and the one who will set fire, burning house, burning children inside for Abia State. Ngwano 081700000951, 0810951091. WhatsApp and SMS still here. The last 2 months we call us, they take our recharge. The number remains 07019339. Chapale. Okay, I'm going to go for line. Check who want to talk to us. Your name and where they call us from. Bakam, we don't reach other mouth. 1 minute, sharply. Who they talk to us? Your name? Yes, Dakuku, carry on.
Yes, this Dakuku from Apoke. Let me tell you, FCT minister said PDP zone the presidential ticket to start. What concerns PDP to that ticket? What with the table? He wants to table to go second turn. What to concern him? What is his duty in PDP for him to say? You see that man? He has no truth and he wants to contest. You see that man? If he enter bush court, he will come out outside and ask who got this thing. That's why I hate him.
It's okay. It's okay. No, it's Dakuku. Hey, he said that's why you hate Chineke. Is Dakuku. Hey, he said that's why you hate Chineke. No, they hate human being now. No, allow politics to push you like this. One Dakuku. Dakuku, take a easy. Yo!
But Mazi, I'll get one question I want. So some people like this, where they talk like this, maybe some of them they still enter politics at the end of the day. Because at the end of the day, some of these people they be normal people. All these politicians they be still normal people. They just they cry for streets. One day they can't get opportunity enter politics. You understand? So sometimes exactly at the end of the day, you don't say you don't enter politics. When you enter politics, you know, can't talk again. Come quiet. Adam Soshomole.
That's all of them. At that time, that's all of them. Sorry, don't miss your call. Try call us back again. Hello?
Hello.
Mesama. How are you?
You don't make them. I don't know
Mesama. Hope you know you don't come out your market for road. I'm going to talk. Tell us.
From upright here to what to just now they sell. Yeah, they sell. He says my brother just they bring me down. Oh my God, on that shall never end. Nigerians, there's a bit made mistake. Their name na mistake now. They go there, they don't even know the person name where they want come put where sitting good day with. You see the country where we did it. But like I ask, all these men where they say they go see small pikin, their body go they do the jiggy. Waiting be their own problem. The small pikin where they say you go feel born, you go do this, you go do that. You see that their third leg. It did I say they go collect them to one because these people don't use this their third leg, destroy people well. And the wicked way say he go there for PDP, they work for APC. You see. That those people say, me, I know they believe their talk. But if God knows them by our side, all this is what they do. Me, I know he understand this kind of country where we did. If now another person now, he will come tell me say, people wait there for PDP, go they sleep for Abuja, come they do this thing. But he don't forget what he do. And the man that I say, make you know the first go there. Now him born the PDP, now him go finish PDP, go do everything wait there for PDP.
All right, thank you very much, Messi.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This one will be say, I win card on no one give me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, and Sikuro. Yaga.
There they carry on.
Mazio, you know what I observe? I observe all this hunger when Nigerians they shout. Never allow you, no hunger there Nigeria. Because if hunger there Nigeria, it is everything will did happen for this country now. People still get time they talk of say president wear suit, we are Bola cap, didn't get this thing, bow head and all those stuff. How those things, how they take the waiting with support, waiting with the way, how that one take the problem we would face. As against the hunger, insecurity, and no light, and everything where Nigerians they suffer. Now those things, people still get time to the talk whether suit, where suit to go anywhere. Now people really get time, and that is why our leaders don't want to do anything because with the list things we get substance, we get meaning. They focus on things we don't get ahead.
All right, thank you very much. The people where they talk say they complain. You don't know whether them they don't chop.
Not true. Not true.
So you don't want to talk because maybe you they provoke. Oh, you know, I never wait they call us.
Hello, Maz. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. How are you?
Now, Cherish, they call you from Rokoko.
Oh, Cherish. Tell you, carry on. But before you go move, give us your last phone number first, because.
My phone number now 4771.
4771. I'm going to carry on.
I was saying I want to be I know say this country already say error in the country. So now what's the president to go out of the country, carry error, come back, can't give us shame. You know, error, anywhere we error already enter. It is very difficult to erase. So now the error where they follow them, what the children they do here now, we can see follow them, go outside country. They go sit down with the gardener. Think say now the main person where they go sit down for. Not be juju be that. Now juju be that. So may they continue. But for that man, we go collect precious gold from that sister Pikin. They need to circumcise them a second time again. I get to say.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, make we stay here from another person. Well, she said make the Makwa circumcise, Makwa speak it there. So make them do them the second time. Make the put them. Me I think say make they put them for jail throw away key. Put them for life, jail them, life imprisonment. Because if these people, this kind of person,
get presidential pardon.
In come out to continue again. But they for first castrate them first. Come out to those states where they make the thing.
No, if you enter prison, it's not prison now, it's reform.
Oh, they give them. They give
Reformation center now.
Me, I go say they give an injection and we go kill that in number 3 leg.
Chai.
You need to peace, you go just peace.
But he has a baby, true.
If in peace, you no go fit stand up again.
That man, wow.
Hello, your name and where they call us from?
Hello.
Yes. And them good evening.
Evening, no.
Good evening.
Yes, your name?
Queen Chelsea.
Okay, Queen Chelsea.
Queen Chelsea.
Yes,
You Chelsea
Bring your
fan?
last 4 numbers in them.
3881. The one where he promised me the other time. I never see him more.
We never announce your number here.
To announce your number.
You see, I mean, just can't give us 3881 network to push you come out.
I beg the number where you go send down to now 0701 9339 962. I beg.
If we never see him, we don't go call him. Until the one who see him, we call and say we don't see your own. You go hear them.
We know that we are not politicians.
We not be like them. We not be like them. Hello.
Hello, Marcy.
Ma'am. Good evening.
I'm Sikuro.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Hi, them mama, we are fine. How you?
Felicia. I come on from Elios.
Felicia from Elios.
Felicia, your last 4 number now, waiting.
7538.
7538. Ngwanennem carry on.
What's your voice?
You see that man when go torchlight that small Pikin. I beg, I want make them just cut that thing off from him body so that he no go ever see what he go use again. Torchlight any other small Pikin again. And we can when they talk say he no go contest. Now I know, now saying they always talk. He go say he no they contest. He go talk this one. Tomorrow he go talk another thing again. I beg. One I no follow him. People, one I no listen to him. Now it's not against the talk.
All right, thank you very much. In the Mibali, I do well. Make we take this last one. Hello, your name and where they call us?
Yes, good evening, Magic and Sikuro. Good evening.
Ngwa carry on, sir. Your name?
My name is Mr. Lottie.
Carry on, sir.
This FCT minister, I know my own put smart. I believe so. I go this address this only saying dog forgiving, but that man they need to trust. I be like chameleon, no chameleon where they change. They need to trust that more. This one when they say either for PDP, inaugural commerce. That means he wants scatter PDP for APC. Now what he want just not say these issues that we don't treat this kind of issue. That I see call this on a platform. He just did there. He just be like boom when he whoop for neck. Commerce Gary not to the move back. Water not to the move back. He just did there. They destroy the PDP, they go to everything he just stands for. Nothing in the final, nothing. If I PDP, I wish them lucky they go to command. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, my brother. Ebali, I'll make you enter SMS sharply.
Okay, SMS time. He don't reach here, my people. Oh, this one say, they have already produced their surrogated candidate. That's why they built quarters for judges, give 20 billion naira to each army general, and also position INEC to answer for them. Their shenanigans is too much. One day this country will come, Mr. John. Maybe me go talk that thing where you talk.
Okay.
The country still stand gidiba. No be today where we can know they keep to his word. He wants say APC na cancer. Today, a friend of APC from Osas. Well, politics is all about interest. Hello, presenters. The crisis in PDP cannot be resolved. The matter will worsen once a Northerner emerges as a presidential candidate.
Hey.
This is the tenor of the South. Wike will prefer a Southern candidate who he knows will not win than Atiku Abubakar, a Northerner. Barrister H. Organ.
Barrister Organ, thank you.
Greetings, Mazi and MC Kuro. The recent revelation from the Vatican City is one of the clear indications that the handlers of the president media team is not serious. More of this will come in the coming days. Honorable Malon.
Malon, thank you, dear.
Wike advised PDP to zone president to the South. Mazi, Wike's projection was to be in power for the next 32 years, where he would retire as president by 2031. He would have prepared a Northerner he would run with as vice president. He would take over from come 2039, Lawson from Awuda.
Lawson, thank you.
Mazi, good evening. That man that killed his 4 children, I saw him live on Friday at Umudi, according to his converting an assignment. I don't understand that other side.
Okay, leave him.
Mazi, that man we raped that minor now foolish man. The other man we born in family now frustration cause him. As for Wike, we are watching his next move.
Okay.
You know he is a movie actor. Bryce Peter Onoga from
Brad, thank you very much.
In the art Nollywood. Nigerian politicians now Boki Shaker from Festus Dick M4. Okay, this woman we send number. Never see your number so that I know come and come cry you. Never see number.
Okay, you want to enter WhatsApp?
No, enter
WhatsApp.
WhatsApp.
Make us still take for Facebook here. A book in the progress is Wike is a confused man as it starts. He's swimming in the ocean with nothing to hold on to, both at the federal and state level, and even in the party, he seems to be losing it. Okay, Bugini, thank you very much, dear. Okay, take from there.
Okay, this one say, you want take? This one say, when you have the likes of Daniel Boala and Bayo Nonga, even Reno Mokri manage the media of Tinubu, both officially and unofficially, this is international embarrassment that will keep receiving shame. Mr. John?
Okay,
good evening, MC Kura and Mazi and MC Kura. Yeah, this is diplomatic Nigeria letter, man. Mazi, the man who put his house, wife, and children, his head is not correct. My people, marriage is not do or die. If you tire for the marriage, please quit to avoid all this nonsense. Arrest my case diplomatically.
Okay, Motu Oyabade here is we can understand man. He no go countenance with Tinubu because Oga is Oga boy is boy. Okay, Motu. Now you no go confuse me.
The message.
Jaja say believe Wike at your own peril. He say make a PDP give them their ticket first, then we go know. And at the same time where people they talk now, say make they give them the ticket of PDP now.
Okay.
That means he go just finish the PDP be that. I mean go just carry and say president take up.
Okay, this one say man why on that they worry on a president? Sit down with Gudiana. And him no say na Gudiana be that na shame be this so.
Okay. Eric.
I know complete your message.
Now you the worry, not be us. Utipe more say make I just greet to now go my way cause Nigeria don't tire you. Okay, now so you put up. They say Nigeria tire you, not be us. Now we still there here.
Okay. This one say make the man wey touch lights that small girl put left for one trouser because the act they very bad. General round face from him.
General, thank you there.
Okay, this one so Gama say na justice from Alo. The man wey browse in sister Pikin deserve 250 years jail term. Anything like 250 years jail term. Good evening, Mazi and MC. INEC has question to answer on a serious note to Rivers State people and Nigeria because FCT Minister just revealed the long-awaited secret to Nigeria that our vote did not count, that he's the one who produced the governor of Rivers State, and that can remove him anytime, which is, I wish to call on a Supreme Court justice, journalists, and women in Nigeria to investigate how a man is producing a governor of a state. That is an open confession on what has been going on for years. So it is official now that our vote doesn't count. Johnson, Joseph,
thank you.
from Port
Johnson,
Harcourt.
thank you. There. Sia Edu is Mazi. Okay, I don't see your question. They are not the fear. Nkechi Alozia is Mazi. Now you be this, and I saw God go the. Okay. And it's evil government. As in collect waiting belong to P2B. He will continue to receive. Nkechi, thank you very much. Clark Median Desi. He said, Mazi, Palava, really plenty. Yafu. Okay, Clark, thank you very much.
This one, Felicia, the last number is 7538. Felicia, I don't see your number now.
Okay.
Anytime we see on a number, we'll always announce. Okay, so if you take why I try upload this thing.
Okay, make we leave that one because if not, the last one will be that. If another message,
we can forgive Fubara. We can forgive Fubara from Festus Dick. We can forgive Fubara. Okay, thank you very much. This one say, man, I agree on her. That man will rape that girl, make them cut in John Thomas and give her to Bingo.
Okay.
Why do you give her to Bingo?
That one a very big work be that. You bully and if you cut them, you know get life again.
Honorable Malon, as wicked things, and so others things. So.
Okay.
How? You understand them?
I don't understand them. Only
so as wicked things, now so others things.
And them understand himself.
I beg you, they send us message. No way you send the message.
I beg you, make you no confuse me. I cannot be confused. You confuse me, I confuse you. If you confuse me, I confuse you. That's all go see him. All right, make we leave her like that. Tomorrow we'll go continue again 5 o'clock. Waiting the happen go come your way again. For now, we don't close for today. 6 o'clock now news. 6:30. Now waiting there your mind and make it proud for today 95.1 FM because ogbonge topic and discussion and what you gonna get for here an update. Ngwano. Oh yeah, Biarije.
Oh, no.
Apola meba.